All right, welcome everyone. Deputy Mayor Armour and Councillor Fitzgerald couldn't be here, but we do have quorum. And I'm going to ask Councillor Cloutier to read the land acknowledgement.
I would like to respectfully acknowledge that we are in the traditional territory of the Anishinaabeg under the terms of the Robinson Huron Treaty number 961 of 1850 and the Williams Treaty of 1923. We commit to acknowledge, learn, educate, create opportunity, honor sacred places, and take actions towards real truth and reconciliation in support of our commitment to walk in the path of together in respect, peace, and harmony of future generations.
Thanks very much. I have a motion moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Schumacher. Be it resolved that Planning Council meeting agenda dated October 16, 2024 be adopted as printed and circulated. All in favor? And that carries. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? I see none. I'd like to welcome everyone to the public portion of the meeting to consider applications to amend the Community Planning Permit Bylaw 2022-97 pursuant to Section 34 of the Planning Act. The procedure of the public meeting will be as follows. A brief explanation of the purpose and effect of the application and any correspondence received to date will be given by staff. The applicant or the representative will be asked to provide any additional comments without repeating the information already outlined by staff. Any members of the public present, in person or electronically, will then be permitted to ask questions or provide comments respecting the applications. Council will then have the opportunity to question the applicant, the planner, or anyone giving presentation. Once the public meeting is concluded, the input received and proposed amendments will be considered by Council. Any persons making representation are requested to first state their name and mailing address. Please note that presentations are limited to 10 minutes. Please be informed that an appellant must provide an oral submission at a public meeting or written submission prior to the passage of the CPP bylaw amendment. Otherwise, the Ontario Land Tribunal may dismiss the appeal. If you wish to be notified of the passage of a bylaw, you must file either with the recording secretary or with the clerk a written request for notification prior to the passage of the proposed bylaw. Each notice of complete application and public meeting included an explanation of the purpose and effect of the proposed amendment, and notice was required to be posted at the subject lands. Notice was therefore considered to have been provided in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and applicable sections of the Huntsville Official Plan. And with that, I will ask Manager Clark to speak to the town line development.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, through you, the subject property is located at 206 Town Line Road West. This is the second public meeting respecting the applications noted. The first public meeting occurred on January 16th, 2024. In January this year, staff presented a report for information purposes. There were some outstanding items to be addressed as outlined in that report, and the public and council provided feedback for the applicant to consider and address where feasible. Today's report describes additional work completed and modifications proposed to address outstanding items and comments. A recommendation is also provided. As you're aware, the lands are designated urban residential in the Huntsville Official Plan, and under the Community Planning Permit Bylaw, the lot is within a development precinct, is also contains a previous zoning exception, RU-1-1731, and is within a natural constraint overlay 2 in that bylaw. I haven't used this thing before. I think it's working though. The applicant continues to propose to construct a total of 96 residential units on the lands as part of a 96-lot subdivision development called Woodsview Estates, including 74 street townhouse dwellings and 22 semi-detached dwellings. The 96-lot Woodsview Estates subdivision is to be serviced by a new public street network with access off Town Line Road West, and include a stormwater management block and 5 open space blocks. To facilitate the development, 2 planning applications were submitted, a draft plan of subdivision application and a community planning permit application. Draft plan of subdivision application S 2023-1 has been submitted to the District of Muskoka to divide the lands containing the proposed dwelling units into 96 separately conveyable lots to facilitate this development. Lots 1 to 32 and 55 to 96 on the draft plan would contain the 74 street townhouse dwelling units. Lots 33 to 54 would contain the 22 semi-detached dwelling units. Block 98, sorry, there's a mistake on that slide. It should be block 98, would be the stormwater management block, and blocks 99 to 103 would be open space blocks. It should be noted that the proposal excludes a portion of lands owned by the applicant. These lands, which are approximately 4.25 hectares in area, are contained in block 97 and are considered other lands owned by the applicant. These lands contain a wetland community referred to as the central wetland. The proposed development occupies a total developable area of 4.84 hectares. So this development achieves a density of 19.83 units per gross hectare, which is within official plan standards. The community planning permit bylaw amendment application is CPPA 21-2023, and it proposes to change the precincts on portions of the lands from a development or D precinct to a urban residential medium precinct, and that's for lots 1 to 32 and 63 to 96. An urban residential medium with exception precinct, and that's for street townhouse lots 55 to 62. An urban residential low with exception precinct for semi-detached dwelling lots 33 to 50. An urban residential low with exception precinct for semi-detached dwelling lots 51 to 54. And lands containing natural heritage constraints would be changed to a conservation precinct, and lands containing the proposed stormwater management facility and the open space blocks would be changed to open space precincts. The proposed exemptions would include provisions to require a minimum of 3-meter wide treed buffer along rear lot lines for lots 33 to 62, reduce the minimum required front yard from 4 meters to 7 meters for lots 51 to 54, recognize that the conservation lands contain a wetland feature with surrounding 15-meter protective buffer, and permit limited passive recreational trails and a future road within the conservation lands in accordance with applicable bylaw requirements. This application also proposes to delete previous site-specific zoning exception RU1 1731 from the lands. The policy discussion contained in staff's previous report continues to apply. As council is aware, many members of the public attended the meeting in January and provided written and oral comments for council consideration. As part of ongoing review, issues relating to the following matters were identified as matters requiring further consideration: trail design and development commitments, environmental concerns, tree retention and buffer concerns, stormwater management and drainage concerns, traffic and pedestrian movement concerns, district servicing concerns, general concerns respecting the density of the development, and CN comments. The applicant has now responded to concerns raised by the public and council and staff in a comprehensive response package. And this package was not unfortunately appended to staff's report, but was posted on the town's planning notice webpage for public review and was forwarded to yourselves following agenda publication. This package was prepared and submitted collectively by the subject matter experts in planning, civil engineering, environmental, and traffic consulting fields, all working for the applicant. The applicant was asked to consider options for connecting the proposed development to surrounding communities through sidewalks and trails, and a trail concept plan was provided, and the impacts associated with the alignment through a central wetland on the property were reviewed. The applicant will be retaining ownership over the wetland and trail at this time, but will be expected to construct the trail to allow access across the wetland feature from the proposed development to the northwest portion of the property. The updated trail plan included in the response package is shown here on screen, and a condition of subdivision approval is recommended to require the finalization and implementation of a detailed trail plan by the applicant and to provide public access to the trail. In response to environmental concerns, the applicant and their environmental consultant noted that an EIS was completed in support of this application, and its conclusions and recommendations were supported by a third-party peer reviewer. Respecting the southwestern wetland, the applicant's environmental consultant reiterated that it was reviewed through the EIS and in their opinion, supported by the peer reviewer, its function was minimal. As such, its loss was not deemed significant. Respecting the stormwater management pond within the buffer to the central wetland, it's also noted that this location was reviewed and approved through the peer review of the EIS. The application now includes the entire central wetland and 15-meter protective buffer with an appropriately restrictive conservation precinct as part of the bylaw amendment proposed. And if you recall, that was that large area of green that's now supposed to be zoned conservation. Respecting concerns with on-lot wetland buffers for several of the street townhouse lots backing onto this wetland, the applicant noted that agreements can be required on these lots prior to any development or site alteration to ensure owners will be aware of their sensitivity and maintain them in a natural vegetated state. Conditions of approval have been included to ensure appropriate actions are taken to protect wetlands prior to development and site alteration and multi-use trail construction. Respecting tree retention and buffers, many commented that the applicant should consider revising the proposal to include a larger treed buffer between the development and surrounding low-density development. And in response, the applicant noted that a large buffer would be unreasonable and excessive when low-density developments abut one another. There are several official plan policies that contemplate retention of treed areas and robust landscaping in the official plan, which the applicant did review. To address concerns respecting treed retention, the applicant reviewed the existing condition of vegetation along their eastern property line and noted vegetation removal has already occurred in many areas. Notwithstanding this fact, the applicant agreed to include a 3-meter wide treed buffer along the rear yards of all lots abutting neighboring residential lots. To require this, site-specific exceptions are included on all affected lots as part of the bylaw amendment proposed, and conditions are also recommended to ensure that the treed buffer area is maintained or established where necessary and protected on each lot. To further address relevant official plan policies and comments provided, the applicant also agreed to protect treed areas within open space blocks where feasible, particularly within open space block 102. Open space block 102 is the one in the center right there. To address considerable concerns respecting the feasibility of the proposed stormwater management plan and numerous drainage and rear yard ponding concerns, the applicant further reviewed these matters and prepared an updated preliminary grading plan, which is included in the response package. The plans, which are on screen, illustrate how catch basins and rear and side lot swales will be used to direct stormwater into conveyance systems before directing it into a stormwater management pond. This facility is designed to attenuate runoff to pre-development levels, and it's noted on the response package, that knotty pine overflow drainage is also to be captured by this system and conveyed to the pond. And knotty pine for council is located right there. And as council remembers, there is a wetland feature in the rear yards of these proposed semi-detached dwellings. And this grading plan shows how those, as I said earlier, how those rear yards can be appropriately drained. A condition of subdivision approval is recommended to require that the detailed stormwater management and construction mitigation plan is prepared in consultation with the applicant's biologist as to further address surrounding community concerns at the detailed design stage. Respecting traffic operations, specifically for egress traffic onto Town Line Road, which is shown on the top two photos on screen. This is looking to the east, so downhill on Town Line Road, and this is looking to the west, so uphill on Town Line Road. The applicant did review these matters, and their traffic engineer noted that egress movement is anticipated to operate with a very good level of service or better. Additionally, site distance at the site access exceeds the minimum site distance requirements according to applicable standards, and there was no warrant for traffic lights at this site access. Notwithstanding this assessment, it was noted that the vertical profile of Town Line Road will need to be modified to help ensure site distance standards will be met at the site access. To appropriately address traffic safety at the site access, the preparation and implementation of an entrance design plan has been recommended as a condition of subdivision approval. Should off-site alterations to Town Line Road West be deemed necessary to improve visibility, it's anticipated that the implementation of those works would be secured through a subdivision agreement between the town and the applicant. Respecting traffic operations at the intersection of Town Line Road and Brunel, the applicant's traffic engineer noted that based on future traffic projections for the 2028 horizon year, as identified in recent traffic analysis completed for a nearby development proposal at 84 Forbes Hill Drive, traffic signals are not warranted at the Town Line Road and Brunel intersection. Particularly, it was noted that with the addition of traffic generated by the subject development, the intersection will be operating at approximately 28% of the warrant threshold for new lights. So these are some other photos of the property. And here are the draft conditions that are being recommended. A condition of subdivision approval is recommended to require CN comments to be satisfactorily addressed. And the application has been circulated in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and the Community Planning Permit Bylaw. 3 letters of concern were provided in response at the time of publication of our agenda. 2 commenters noted a concern relating to lands owned by the developer along Stocking Lane and the need to address potential plans to include a second access in this location should they be able to successfully assemble lands in the area. If council remembers, the lands do include ownership of Stocking Lane, but this concern was largely hypothetical in nature and premised on the unsuitability of a new entrance to Florence Lane in that location should the scenario of land assembly occur. This commenter also noted concerns with downstream drainage. Staff contacted this commenter to discuss their concerns, and it was noted that these downstream drainage matters would fall outside the scope of any off-site detailed stormwater management design work for the development. One commenter noted concerns with the removal of the previous zoning provision applicable to the lands. The commenter assumes that these previous zoning exceptions were due to some concern with respect to site access, but this is not the case, as is explained in the staff's report. The application before council actually proposes to delete the previous zoning provisions applicable to the lands. This commenter also identified technical concerns about the proposed grading in the vicinity of the site access, and it is noted that an entrance design plan is recommended as a condition of approval to address potential egress issues. This commenter also notes concerns respecting drainage in the southeast corner of the property, and the applicant has provided an updated preliminary grading plan, as I noted, to address this concern. A condition of approval is recommended to require the applicant to prepare a detailed stormwater management plan and construction mitigation plan prior to any development occurring. 4 additional letters of concern were provided post-agenda publication, and one was delivered to you just a few moments ago. So 2 of these comments appear to address Stocking Lane also. One from a slightly different perspective relating to construction activity on Stocking Lane and potential impacts on the surrounding landowners. And one addresses noise along the entrance to the property at Town Line Road and requests that privacy screening be installed along that. So there is going to be, as conditions of approval, a detailed plan for stormwater management dealing with the location of Stocking Lane. But I think that concern is more about servicing and improvements of pipes along Stocking Lane and potential construction impacts associated with that. Any construction concerns would have to be mitigated. And with respect to the noise and access concerns, there is a detailed entrance plan recommended as a condition of approval, and those matters could be addressed through that. So with all matters now addressed, staff note that the proposed development would appear to conform to the intent of the official plan and be consistent with the provincial policy statement. As such, staff are recommending approval of Community Planning Permit Bylaw Amendment Application CPP 21-2023 and conditional approval of draft plan of subdivision application S 2023-1, subject to the recommended conditions of approval. So thank you for listening, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. And it should be noted that district staff and our operations staff are also in attendance if you have any questions I can't answer. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks, Richard. I'll call on the applicant or the representative to make some comments.
Good afternoon,
Good
Chair,
afternoon.
members of committee, members of the public. John P. Gallagher and Associates, working on behalf of Town Line Developments, and some of the owners are here today in the chambers. Just want to thank Richard for his detailed report identifying the project. I think this is our second meeting. The owners originally started this process with a pre-consult with the town of Huntsville back in December of 2020. Numerous works were undertaken and an application was prepared for a plan of subdivision to the district of Muskoka. That was deemed complete in January of 2023. In January 2024, we had our first public meeting. There were a number of concerns raised by the public and staff, And through those back and forth from January to basically a couple of months ago, those items were addressed, and I would have to say, in quite a lot of detail. The appendix that was attached touched on many, if not all, of the comments that were raised at the public meeting. The subject lands are located on town line, and they're surrounded on four sides by residential development. Huntsville official plan was created, I believe, in 1986. And since that time, these lands have been designated for residential development. Full services exist to the lot. And when the number of severances were taken off this parcel previously, council required a concept plan, and it was clearly identified in the concept plan for the backlands that the 20 meters on town line was the proposed road access for the balance of the lands. On top of that, there was a second access that was reserved off of Heritage Crescent, which the town sold, and there's now a dwelling located on it. With regards to the comments about Stocking Lane, it was never our intent to bring the traffic down Stocking Lane, and that was quite evident. One of the items that staff asked us to look at was connectivity, both through pedestrian and vehicular. And in that regard, we had Al Shaw and others look at the connection from our road network to what's called the George Street subdivision. There was a George Street draft approval, and at that time, having worked on it, we were required to provide access to these lands. So we identified that on the drawing that Richard had there. With respect to the sidewalks, it was always the intent to provide sidewalks within the subdivision, as all urban developments are required to have that in Huntsville. One of the items that we talked about interconnectivity was getting up to that town park just in behind Florence Street. When the George Street subdivision was coming through, the municipality was looking at creating that as parkland, not only for the new residents of the subdivisions, but also the existing residents within the area. And so what we've done is we've had Al identified the most appropriate location through the lands, and we basically be coming up just west of the stormwater management plan, and then crossing the wetland at the narrowest point and heading in a direction up into the northwest corner. It will be incumbent upon the municipality when George Street subdivision comes in to secure access through those lands to get to that parkland block. With the comments that were raised, there were a number of items, and I'm going to let Tim Harvey speak to the drainage, stormwater issues, and Al will talk briefly to the wetland and environmental issues. One of the items that was raised when we were dealing with the last meeting had to do with the buffer along the eastern boundary. As you can see in the appendix, Chari and myself did attend the site, and it was also evident in the initial survey of the lands that some tree clearing had been taking place on the subject lands by abutting neighbors, and these could have been previous owners, etc. However, we've agreed to increase that buffer along there to 3 meters. Typically, having a buffer between similar uses is not common in planning. However, that was something that staff pushed for, and we have agreed to that. The other item had to deal with the drainage that was coming from the Naughty Pine subdivision. That subdivision was subject to its own application, I believe it was back in '88, in which those drainage concerns of that lot were supposed to be handled internally and run towards the roads. Over time, whether people didn't check or pipes ran in a different location, it created a little bit of overflow onto these lands. In any regards, we've had Pinestone prepare some detailed engineering to look at how best to address that impact from the adjacent lands. And it's quite simple. It's a swale along the side into a catch basin, then into the storm drains. Staff also asked us to provide for extra zoning to put the conservation, the wetland zoning in a conservation and the buffer around it. And my clients have no issue with that and have included that in the draft bylaw. Again, it's one of the positive features of the site, and again, they're not looking to destroy what the value in that wetland is. With regards to the official plan, the property itself falls within all the density requirements and other policies of the official plan. The district had no objection to it as it conforms with the district official plan. These infill subdivisions are where development is contemplated and where the province wants support of these. Given the current bills of the province, they would probably want to see a lot more development on this site, but we feel that we were cognizant of the surrounding land uses and at the same time providing a range of housing units of semis and townhouses that are on the lower scale of cost versus single family dwellings. With regards to the traffic, our traffic engineer was asked to go back and take a look at a few items, and they have done that and have been signed off by the Huntsville Public Works. Richard has raised a request for some detailed entrance design as part of the approval process. Again, we have no issue with that. That's typically a requirement when you get a subdivision, is to do the full design. We're pretty much there based on the amount of work that's been done to date, and integrating some of those concerns that were raised along there with buffering of perhaps some planting along the west boundary of the road would again also help in that regard. The access itself, as Richard had stated, the site visibility is there. When the district put in the services, they raised the grade of the road, creating a situation there. It should also be noted that there's 4 lots that are east of this development that also have development rights. They're not owned by my clients, but again, they will be asking for entrances, etc. The district servicing, we were required to do the water modeling, and that was finalized again quite some time ago. The district has been waiting for the comments from the town to get this on a decision for the plan of subdivision. Again, the comments and respecting Stocking Lane, again, I think they're hypothetical. It was never the intention. None of the plans ever showed any access, pedestrian or otherwise, going downtown line. As Richard has said, if there were any changes, it would be an amendment to the draft plan, and my clients just aren't anticipating it. It's not warranted. I think with the way that the zoning has been prepared, it basically puts in these requirements for buffers. And one of the items I'll say on the eastern boundary of the property, when we got into some detailed design around that, based on the lot coverage that were allowed on those lots and the fact that those lots are extra deep, it almost allows for double the rear yard setback on there versus the other side, which would only require 7.5 meter rear yard setback. So again, by having the houses pushed further westerly away from that common boundary, we feel that that lessens the impact along there. Staff have reviewed this application in detail and are providing recommended conditions of draft approval. My clients have reviewed those draft approval recommendations and have no objections. That's basically how you lock down these concerns and ensure that the work in the subdivision is done properly in accordance with the proposal, with what Public Works wishes for, all these other agencies as well. The part I think that's really interesting is that, you know, hopefully the municipality can secure that trail so it continues right out to Florence Street, because once you get onto Florence Street, you're onto municipal sidewalks again, which would make for a nice mid-area break. Currently, you can cut through at Stebco and Shaw, and Naughty Pine leads up to Center Street. So this would be a midpoint between those two, which would make for a nice loop. Again, I would just reiterate that we have provided all the information that was requested of us. It's my professional opinion that the application conforms to both the district and the Huntsville official plans. It's consistent with the provincial policy, especially at this time of housing crisis. It provides opportunities for some townhomes and semis, which are on the less expensive than a single family dwelling. The conditions recommended meet the requirements, and we would ask Planning Committee to support staff recommendation to approve the plan, and I'd be glad to answer any questions for you. I will turn it over to Tim just to address the one letter with respect to the drainage that was raised, so they can have some clarification on that.
Okay.
And then Tim or Al with a brief on the environmental. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much.
Is that too long?
Good afternoon,
Good
Mr. Chair.
afternoon.
My name is Tim Harvey. I'm with Pineston Engineering Limited, 110 Kimberley Avenue, Bracebridge, Ontario, P1L 1Z8. Our firm was hired by the proponent to prepare a functional servicing report to detail the stormwater management, grading, and servicing strategy for this development in support of their planning application. We prepared that report and it submitted it through John Gallagher and Associates. It was reviewed by both the town staff and the district staff. We received comments back from both and from the public through the town. And we endeavored to address those in the secondary response to comments that both Richard and John spoke on. We understand there are concerns related to drainage on the site, and specifically I'll call the southeast corner. I wanted to reiterate, it was noted by both John and Richard. In our analysis, we look at the total catchment area that's coming onto the site. That included small portions of external lands, both to the east and a very small portion of land to the south off of Town Line Road. So when we analyze what is required in terms of a stormwater management facility to attenuate flows to pre-development levels, we encompass those external lands as well. There is a small portion of property at the southeast corner that has some localized low points. Maintaining The buffer that's been requested and we obviously are in support of, allows or prevents us from filling those to provide drainage back to our new street. So what we propose to address that small localized area are rear yard swales and a single catch basin at the southeast corner that would then discharge back to the storm sewer system on the road. And that'll be required to be detailed in our detailed engineering package, which will be a condition of draft plan approval. We're more than happy to work through town staff with any of the neighbors to look specifically at those details in that corner, so that they understand how that localized drainage that's coming off of those existing homes is going to be picked up and brought over to the new stormwater management facility. The stormwater management facility we own and operated ultimately by the municipality. So and approved under the terms of the Ministry of Environment and Parks guidelines. So it has these different layers of approvals and reviews so that the neighbors can be assured it's going to meet all the applicable regulatory standard. There was a concern raised also in the last 7 notes that I received on Town Line Road and that entrance. That entrance lies at a very localized crest right now at Town Line Road. There's no ditch across the front of it. There are ditches to the east and to the west because it sits on a bit of a crest. John spoke of having to look at that entrance detail, whether that's got to be cut down a touch. There's a very small amount of drainage we'll take into the subdivision. We've accounted for that in our design. In terms of the grade of that street and the lands both to the east and the west, I had a second look at the entrance design, and we'll have to do a detailed drawing. We can match using a typical Town of Huntsville urban road standard, the grades on the west side very close. On the east side, there's a knoll that extends from those 4 adjacent lots into this right of way. And so there'll have to be an approximately 4-foot cut along that right of way. So there was a comment received about, you're going to create a tunnel. What the detail will show is it's going to be very close to matching existing grade on the west, less than a few inches. We can make that work. On the east side, there'll be perhaps 4 to 5 foot rock face there as we come in. But again, those will all be detailed in our engineering drawing set, reviewed and approved, presumably by the town staff.
All right, thank you very much. So at this time, I'm going to go to members of the public that would like to speak to this application. And I know that there's people out in the hall that will want to speak, but I'm going to go to the people present. And I have Susan and Ian Lang who would like to speak.
Excuse me just for a moment. Can you just stall the meeting while, because everybody in the lobby is invited to go to partners hall and they set up chairs and video so we can be actually hearing this other meeting and it's going to go on for a little while. If you could just stop, give us 5 minutes to get moved down to partners hall, that would be much appreciated.
We have video down there? Oh. What? Yes. All right, we're just going to take 5 minutes. Get back to it now, people. Just before we go to the public comments, I'm going to ask Pinestone Environmental to, is it Pinestone? Riverstone. Sorry, I was close. I was half right. A quick comment from you. Yeah, that's right.
Thank you, Chair, Committee, and staff. Yeah, you're correct. I'm going to be brief here. Most of the information has been covered by Richard's summary and through Mr. Gallagher as well. Just to summarize, Riverstone Environmental Solutions was hired to do the environmental impact study on the property. And we looked at all the natural heritage features on the site and surrounding lands, and particularly the wetland and water course that runs through the central part of the property became the focal point and required protection. Our study that was submitted into the town as part of the application package was then peer reviewed, and there was a couple of questions from the peer reviewer and then ultimately signed off by them. We did go through several rounds of comments from the public, as was noted by Mr. Clark and Mr. Gallagher, and we've addressed those comments as best we could. One of the other considerations was this additional trail that Mr. Clark spoke of earlier, and the road. We went and did additional work related to locating those in the best spots possible. And think we came up with a pretty good plan that, as Mr. Clark noted, will specifically for the trail will require a more detailed plan, exactly how that crossing will look. But we found the proper location for it where there is a constriction in the wetland feature. From my perspective, I think we've done a considerable amount of work on this property, and really highlighted the natural features that required protection through the either municipal or provincial policies. And I think we're complete in that, and so did the peer reviewer. And I am certainly available for any further questions that committee members may have.
My name is Ian Lang, and I've been asked today by Susan Lang, who is sitting behind me, who is the owner of 2 Stocking Lane, to speak on her behalf. Firstly, I would like to point out to the committee that an error has been made in the public meeting notice related to this meeting. The error relates to the legal description of the property. The legal description of the property should be Part 2 of Plan 35R 3006, and instead it's been identified as Part 1. Part 1 is Susan's property. So you, as a committee, have to look at this and determine if sufficient notice has been given this error. Just as an explanation, my understanding of the development proposal comes only from the January 16th report by Mr. Clark. I wasn't able to access any other information, so it's possible in some of my statement here that there may be some errors. Municipal water to the supply is to be supplied to the development, in part by a Stocking Lane water main. This will generate much higher flows than at present and will increase the potential for breaks and the need for municipal maintenance. This will generate higher use of Stocking Lane by municipal staff and increase damage to the lane. Stocking Lane is the only access available for Mrs. Lang's property and a property at 4 Stocking Lane. Additionally, a fire hydrant is present connected to this main on Stocking Lane. Access is needed to this hydrant, both for seasonal servicing and fire suppression activities. A main extension to connect the proposed development will be needed west of the lane between 2 and Stocking Lane. Excavation, main installation, and potential blasting in a narrow separation between these two houses will be required. This construction will impact Mrs. Lang's property. The proposed development will impact Mrs. Lang's property and Stocking Lane. Sanitary sewer services to the development are to be provided by the construction of a sewer main connecting to a manhole in Stocking Lane. The sewage from all proposed 96 units of development will flow through Stocking Lane. This will increase the likelihood of breaks and operational issues. Increased municipal use of Stocking Lane will result, as will increased damage to the lane. As was noted in regard to a water main extension, a sewer extension in the same location between the houses will be needed with the same impact. It is also recognized that additional development on the subject property will eventually take place, further increasing flows on the sewer. Stormwater on the development will be managed by a facility and drained into an existing wetland on the north portion of the lands. This area drains by a small creek through Mrs. Lang's property and under Stocking Lane. Additional flows in this creek will impact Mrs. Lang's property without question and cause damage to the lane. And I was interested to hear from one of the consultants that the stormwater management facilities on the property will be constructed and owned by the town. Other services are present in the lane. Bell telecommunication facilities and Enbridge gas lines are present. These services also may be extended from Stocking Lane to the development. Stocking Lane is privately owned by Town Line Development Holdings, Inc., the same company that is proposing the development. The maintenance of the lane, however, including snow removal and surface reparation, must be undertaken by the owners of 2 and 4 Stocking Lane and 25 Florence Street. Town staff, fire department staff, Bell staff, and Enbridge staff must use this lane to manage their services present. However, none of these organizations contribute to the maintenance of the lane they must use. This is completely unfair. And as I indicated to you, the fact that the town is proposing to take ownership of the stormwater management facilities would suggest that not only that should be the case, but the town should take ownership of all the facilities, of all the properties where you have infrastructure facilities present. To address the impacts identified, it is recommended that a condition be placed on any approval of the application that Part 2 of Plan 35R 3006 be dedicated to the municipality and that the portion of Part 2 covered by Stocking Lane be assumed as a public lane. And that's my presentation.
Thank you very much. While you were speaking, staff were writing madly. So thanks very much. I'm going to go to Alex Toussaint or Karen Terziano instead.
Thank you, Chair Stone. Your Worship, members of council, thanks again for giving us an opportunity to speak to you today. I was surprised to see staff's recommendation to approve this. I thought that they heard loud and clear both the public's comments at the last meeting and council support of those comments and council's comments as well. I'm also very surprised that the developer has come back with basically the same plan and no real changes to it. Now, I think it was Richard indicated that there was the comprehensive package that the applicant put together, or John Gallagher put together with all of the consultants, addressing the concerns that were raised in January. And it was a very thorough package, and I read through it, and I'd love to address every point in it, but I'm not going to do that out of respect for your time. The thing is that that package, as Richard indicated, was put together by all of the consultants working for the applicant. So my hope is that council is working for the community and for the betterment of everyone, as opposed to just the applicant. So I'm going to just touch on a couple of things that really concern me since January. One, the wetland buffer, specifically the 15-meter buffer, that is going to house some 20-plus backyards. The applicant responded in his package that EIS recommendation to have those lands placed on title through subdivision agreement would be a solution for it, which I guess then would become something that the town would have to police for each individual one. The problem is I didn't see any conditions in the draft bylaw or the report. I didn't see a draft condition saying that a restriction on title would have to be, a legal restriction would have to be placed on those lots. Maybe we're not at that stage yet. We don't seem to be at the stage for many things like the detailed stormwater and entrance. The small wetland backing Naughty Pine, from my perspective, it's ludicrous to allow the infilling of this to build 4 townhouses. We're not solving any housing crisis with infilling that area. There's been argument whether or not it's a wetland, whether it was created, whether it's natural, but it is low, it is wet, and it does flood on neighboring properties now. The drainage plan, the preliminary one, shows more water being drained there through swales. I don't understand it all, but I think the easy fix would be simply not to allow the UR1 zoning with the 4 Ys, i.e. lots 51 to 44. Just cut them out of the recommendation. In January, council and staff held the position that until a detailed stormwater management plan is presented, this application isn't ready for decision. Well, we don't have a final detailed stormwater management plan yet. We seem to be looking for a decision today. I'm going to go back to something I mentioned in January, and that's how this drainage impacts on the subdivisions of Shaw, Stebco, Southdale, and Harcourt. That's a subdivision that was built many years ago, not on your watch, not your fault, but it was built in the day without stormwater management, without storm sewers, and probably 90% of every house down there has sump pumps and everything pumping water away from their basements, and that water's coming from somewhere. And if you look at the mapping, we know where it's coming from. 94 new homes, roads, sidewalks, all that hardscaping is definitely going to push more water that area. The stormwater management plan is right above it. The buffer requested behind Naughty Pine and Heritage Crescent, I know that our official plan doesn't require any buffers, and the applicant has made that clear. And he made it clear that 15 meters is unreasonable. He settled on 3. I'm still going to counter that 3 is unreasonable, and a larger buffer is still requested. So the application is the same as it was some 10 months ago. None of the concerns have really been addressed, other than the developer is simply trying to create more lots than the property can support. If we want to talk about density, if our official plan says it meets the density requirement, so be it. But does our official plan really contemplate having yards in wetlands and in buffered wetlands? I mean, if that's the case, then maybe the official plan needs updating. So we ask that this project be downsized to get out of both the wetlands. Get the yards, get the lots that are created within wetlands out of them, downsize it so that that can happen, and that this approval today be deferred until the detailed stormwater management plan is presented and proves no further impact to the existing homes and subdivisions in the lower surrounding areas. And I talked specifically about the Shaw one, but we've also heard about about Naughty Pine, and we've heard in the past about Anthony Court and Florence Street, and if the infrastructure where this stormwater management plan is draining to at Anthony Court and Florence, if it's not sufficient to hold new water flow, it'll be on the town to start spending money on that. So we're asking today, and again, we're representing a group of 150 people, many of whom are downstairs now. We're asking for a deferral until there's a little more detail. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Alex?
Thank you. My name's Alex Dussault. I live at 14 Heritage Crescent. I had a whole list of notes to say, but I think I'm going to come here and say that I'm frustrated. For answers to technical questions to come out after an email from the community and just be told that we're going to review it and figure it out later, when there's hundreds of people here concerned about an application, is really not acceptable. I'd also like to say I'm frustrated to have been privy to the technical documents that weren't shared with the public as part of this application. Richard mentioned early on that they were shared with council, but they weren't made available to the public.
Can you come a little closer to the microphone?
Sorry.
Thanks very much.
So it's a bit hard for us when an applicant has, 10 months or more to review an application and do all the studies, and we have 2 weeks to turn around a response, and we're not given all the information. So really the challenges that we see are the studies haven't been done, the work hasn't been done. There's risks with the entrance to the property, sight lines, safety to drivers and pedestrians. We're in a town where walking is important. Kids need to get to school safely. There's not even a sidewalk that connects to a sidewalk here. So to have 100 homes in a community that you can't even walk outside to another neighborhood is really not acceptable. So again, like Karen, I'm asking that you defer the decision on this application till we actually have all the information to make sure that any town liability is limited and protected, so that we can ensure that the entrance to the property is safe for pedestrians and vehicles, so that we can hear from the proper engineers and consultants to make sure that things are done properly. The grading plan that was submitted in a preliminary fashion shows drainage along the property into the corner on the southeast side. We hear today that there's catch basins that need to pump water uphill back to the stormwater pond, and all we hear is that design will be figured out later. To me, that's not acceptable, and not something I'm willing to accept at an approval at this stage. So beyond the ask of deferring the decision today, I would also like council to consider making construction of sidewalks along Timeline Road part of this application. I'm sure it's in the DC background study. By asking the developer to implement that sidewalk construction in exchange for DC credits, that can ensure that the infrastructure is delivered in line with the pace of the developer's construction. And then none of us in the community have to suffer the lack of connectivity. Further to that, I'm sure a private developer can do it at 60 cents on the dollar to what the town can do. So we all benefit from that situation. All that to say, I'm sorry that we're here 8 months later with no change in the application. I'm sorry that the developer hasn't taken the time to meet with the concerned citizens and actually have a productive conversation. And we have to have this approach to talk about our concerns. And I hope you consider deferring the decision today. Thanks.
Thanks very much. Because of our limited space, I'm going to ask the people that have spoke, if you could just go into the hallway. There's a TV out there. And I'm going to invite in Kim Bell-Gordon, Peggy Peterson, and Marion Savoy, who also want to speak. Kim, you can be up first if you'd like. Welcome.
Hi, thank you very much. My name is Kimbell Gordon. I wasn't planning on speaking today. But after listening to what's going on, I felt the need to speak. I am at 23 Naughty Pine Trail. I've only been there for a year. So I'm new to the game of this whole development. My background, I've been a realtor in the area for 18 years. And I'd like to speak to some of the concerns regarding much of the development that is going on in Huntsville. I've seen way too many after the fact. We screwed up. We don't have proper drainage. We have issues. I sold a house recently at 422 Muskoka Road 2 out past the hospital. And my client had 2 feet of water in the basement. I went over. The development in behind was the Campus Trail condominiums. Everything was in place. Soon as they started to clear cut that, there was a river flowing down.
If you can keep your comments to this issue for planning purposes,
Okay.
please.
So my point is, I have watched a lot of development happen in this area where proposals are brought in, they're rubber stamped, and we've got issues later. And I totally see this happening now. I have submitted letters to the counselors, putting them on notice that this is going to happen in my backyard. I will have water. I will have water in my basement unless they can prove their stormwater management, which I have not seen. And again, I feel the same way as Alex. I'm frustrated. Why am I here again? When nothing has been whatever. Do not rubber stamp this and let it go until you can prove to me I'm not going to have an issue, because I will be suing. As far as the wildlife, I think that, you know, we've all experienced around town bears. At what point are we going to stop saying, let's clear cut? I understand there's provincial guidelines, and there are local, the official plan. Provincial's great, but they're not living in Muskoka. I understand urban density. I took geography in university. I understand it. But they don't have the same constraints that we have. They don't have the bedrock. They don't have the wildlife in certain areas. We just keep going in on this system, and at some point it's got to give. So I can't believe that, like, again, we're here 10 months later, nothing's different. I will be extremely upset if Councillor just rubber stamps this and says, okay, let's do this again. As far as the traffic on Town Line Road, I have the same concerns. I have a mailbox on Town Line Road. I'm taking my life in my hands to pull over where there's not even a spot to pull over, open my door and get out, because they are zipping up that road. So I don't see how that's going to be any better with 96 new residences off of that. That's probably it. Councillor did receive my letter with my concerns to all of this. And again, please don't rubber stamp this today. If they can come back and prove that they have done their stormwater management and they know where the runoff is going to be, again, water doesn't run uphill. How are you pumping it up? What happens when there's a problem with power, which we all have? What's going to happen when we get these downpours? I don't know what caused the sinkhole by the mailboxes at the bottom of Town Line Road this year. The swamp that is adjacent to 149 Town Line Road West, I know that owner, and she says the swamp, the water levels are coming up and up and up. Nature's telling us something and we're not listening. So I just hope that council will not rubber stamp this today. Thank you.
Thanks very much for the comments. Peggy, if you'd like to come up, Peggy?
My name is Peggy Peterson. I live on Can Street in Huntsville, and I've been asked by the neighbors and the people in the area to come and speak. I wasn't able to be here at the last public meeting in January, but I had the opportunity to read the notes. I just want to thank everybody who's spoken before me, including the developers, for the information. Some very clear points have been made today that I'm hoping all of you will have heard. And I just want to reiterate some of those points. So I want to take this to two issues regarding this development. First of all is town line traffic. I have a friend who lives on town line. I know people who walk their dogs on town line, walk that road. It's the most dangerous section of pedestrian road in the town of Huntsville. It's very dangerous. The grades are bad. People drive too fast, and there are no sidewalks. However, if you look at the amount of development that has happened certainly in the last 20 years on Town Line Road, it used to be just a 2-lane cow trail. There's so many new developments. The tax base has certainly expanded, and the impact on the watershed is extensive. However, still to this day, there's no safe sidewalk going up and down that road. So I really think that part of this whole process, and I'm hoping that the town of Huntsville and all of the councillors and the mayor and the chair will consider a deferral on this application, and not just a short-term deferral. I think it's time for a long-term deferral on anything that's going to impact our watershed, because I want to explain to everybody, if they don't understand, when we're talking about a watershed. When we're talking about a watershed, it's not this lot and there's a property line, and this lot, it's a property line. It's the watershed. And in a town like Huntsville with a grade like that, the watershed has to get the priority for safety, security, and drainage. We already have extensive problems. I know, I see them. People come in and I look and see what's happening with the drainages and the people with sump pumps, okay? And now you've got a system that really, it's rather disrespectful that it's come back here for another public meeting when really nothing's been addressed. Nothing has been addressed. Everything in the presentation is like pending this approval, pending that approval. We have to approve this. But you're actually thinking about approving this before any of these approvals have hit your desk. So I think there's very serious grounds for a deferral on this particular application. But on the bigger picture of all of the watershed in the town for stormwater, we got serious issues, even on my side of the bridge. Last time I renewed my insurance policy on Can Street, I'm about the same level as Kentucky Fried Chicken. I'm now on a floodplain. Well, how did that happen? Nothing else has changed, but something has changed within our watershed applications and what's being applied to our properties. So I think it's really critical, because really our watershed is the most important thing. It's also the most important part of our critical infrastructure for our safety and security and being able to survive and move forward. Because if you've got any systems now that have require pumps, it's not just power outages that you have to consider. We have to consider the effect of EMPs. And if you don't know what an EMP is, it can be a weapon that hits all of the hydro grid and hits everything and shuts everything down, and it takes weeks for it to be fixed. So if you've got entire systems that are dependent on a hydro supply that can be affected by EMPs, and solar impacted the same batteries if it's a strong enough EMP. And this can happen by nature. The sun can get involved with doing that kind of sun damage. So you just can't, going forward, have any more plans for pumping water uphill. You can't be crossing wetlands. You got 2 wetlands here. You've already got problems up there. The drilling and blasting that has to happen, I think there should be a moratorium on drilling and blasting in this area, because I think we've had enough. Clear cutting should be stopped in the meantime till we get a real handle on the development, because right now we're starting to look like Barrie. And we don't want to look like Barrie, that's a fact. So I think the safety issue on the town line, it's not enough that the companies, consultants have said it's okay, it's going to be safe, we're going to plan the entrance when we feel like it, essentially. That's not acceptable. And in your planning, before you do any more applications or any more approvals for Town Line Road, you need to address the safety issues on Town Line Road right now. And if you haven't noticed, drive up there and watch the people walking up there. Our former mayor, Karen Terziano, lives there. She'll tell you what it's like to walk on that road. I drive real slow because my friend lives up there and I know how many people are on that road. So I know to drive slow, but not everybody does. Okay, so that's a safety issue, but this whole watershed issue is very critical. And all of you, when you were running for office, talked about protecting the water. Okay, so I'm a water protector recognized. I'm also a permaculture educator, so I can talk to you about the importance of stormwater drainage. We have to fix this. Now, here's the good news. Guess what? Premier Ford just given us a big whack of cash to deal with our infrastructure. So how about you defer this application and you ask these developers to come back with all the details? If they really want to go ahead with this, then they need to bring you all of those studies. And then you need some serious, not just the councillors, not just the company itself telling us about traffic on Town Line Road. We need a serious look at that as a council. You really have to do that. So I think you need to defer this. And I want to go back to the first gentleman who spoke. He said you don't even have the legalese in this thing. So technically, we shouldn't even be talking about this issue today. It should have been stopped right then and there. Send everybody back to the planning guard. But I want all of you to really consider a proper watershed council, a proper planning of the stormwater without any of these pumps, dealing with all the existing subdivisions. Let's get everything fixed. Go to the premier with a plan and say, there, we need to fix this. Because if we don't fix this, it's going to get nothing but worse. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Marianne?
Sorry, I have major stage fright, so I'll
Relax.
do
We're-
my best. It's Marion Savory. There's an R in there. I'm just going to read what I wrote down, okay?
Sure.
I'm on Shaw Crescent, and when we bought that house 34 years ago, we were told that the space in behind was permanent green space. You didn't have to worry about it never be built on because it's a wetland. I've got constant water drainage through my backyard coming from above the rock on Town Line Road and also coming from Shaw Crescent drainage ditch into the lot beside me that runs through there nonstop. It's always wet. If it rains heavy, the wetness spreads to the front left corner of the yard, and it's like a little swamp. And then I have a couple of questions too. So on Yonge Street and Town Line, there was a development there that started a couple of years ago, and it just kind of popped up that it's in bankruptcy. So they've gone and clear cut all the trees, they've blasted the rock, they've partially built a road, and now it's barricaded with rubble at the top of Yonge Street and Town Line Road at that curved corner. If you carry on down Yonge Street towards the hydro easement that goes over towards Chubb Lake Road, there was another area which would be to the, I don't know the direction, it was on the left side of on the right side of the road. It was clear cut, blasted, a partial road put through there, and nothing since. There was Hibbard Lane, 2021, where the developer went in there, clear cut, blasted, and this, I believe, was in the summer because of heavy rains, torrential rains, flooded, and because there was nothing left in that bush behind to absorb the water and the moisture, it flooded people's basements and created a river through their properties in their backyard. Don't really know what else happened with that, but the development still carries on. But from aerial views, it was obviously clear cut. And then after moving up to Huntsville in '86 and buying number 1 Shaw Crescent and then moving 5 years later up to 27, when that Shaw Crescent, Stebco, Southdale area, I think was called Westwood Heights, and maybe Hunter's Ridge when another developer came in there to carry on building some more lots that were bought from the original owner. And before the development in Glenwood, I believe there was a town bylaw that was put in place that there couldn't be, if anybody was coming in to develop a subdivision, that all of the infrastructure, water, sewer, hydro, gas, sidewalks, lights, curbs, all had to be in place before any construction on the units, houses, whatever, or sale of those properties. So obviously that meant that the developer would have to have a huge bundle of cash or backing to provide for that cost, because it isn't cheap. Anyway, I think that's all my point, but I kind of also have the same thought process as Peggy Peterson with respect to the reason why we moved up to Huntsville was the trees and the rocks and the green spaces, and the fact that I wasn't 2 feet or 3 feet away from my next door neighbor, that I had a quiet area of nature, I suppose. But what seems to be happening to Huntsville lately is it's losing all of that essence and turning into a city that, to use somebody's word, egregious, like that condo on Brunel Road, and the cutting down the trees and lopping off the rocks. That's happening over on the other side of Town Line Road towards the community center. It just changes the whole nature of this town. And we keep congesting, and there's wildlife here. You have to know that, and you have to be able to accept that they're going to be in your backyards. You can't just go and cut down the trees and expect that the squirrels and the raccoons and the bears and the deer are going to figure out where else to go. Like, which it's crazy. And anyway, the spring peepers are no longer, that's all been filled up on Town Line Road with the townhouses and the condos where they've built on swamps. So anyway, that's all I have to say, I think.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Down before the time clicks away. Hi, my name's Ann.
That's fine.
Yeah, my name's Ann Reby. I'll be short.
And your
And
address?
I live at 19 Naughty Pine Trail. So I just wanted to speak in terms of the amount of water that's back there. I know that many of you have been out to the property and you've seen it. Actually, I've been in the house for 8 years. There's enough water back there that a child could risk drowning. It gets extremely deep. So earlier, Rita Stroud was here. She lives on Town Line Road, and many of you met her. We knocked on her door, we walked behind her property, and Rita has lived at that property since 1963. And Rita states basically that there has been a swamp back there the entire time she has lived there, and that's well before the development of Naughty Pine Trail or Heritage or whatnot. So that she believes there had been talk years ago about some sort of an underwater spring or whatnot back there. So there definitely is water that's existed back there. It's not solely from the development of the Naughty Pine subdivision. And I guess what I'd like to ask is, I don't understand, is it normal or that a plan comes to this point on the table where there aren't solid plans as far as water mitigation, the stormwater management pond, that sort of a thing, where this is, said to be, well, we'll get approval, but we'll defer how that's going to look. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand how we can put the cart before the horse. And with so much water back there, I don't believe that you could safely build in the southeast wetland there and not cause huge problems for folks. Also, too, I just wanted to speak to the 3 meters that, you know, it sounds like we've been gifted 3 meters of a boundary, but those 3 meters actually sit inside the new property owners' homes. That's actually in their lot line. So how is that gifting us anything? I mean, we're not going to be able to police people. We certainly don't want to. And I don't see how the township can police them either, quite frankly. So, yeah, anyways, that's what I have to say. But, and also too, earlier there was a comment that I think it was from I don't know if it was Tim, or mentioning that they would get together with the neighbors who would be impacted on the southeast wetland. But what does that look like? I don't understand. I'm not an engineer, but I do know how much water is back there. And I don't think that building on that land at any time is a safe thing to do. So that's all I have.
Thanks very much. Before I go to anyone else in the public, it's come up several times, and I'm going to ask Richard, so is this the way it's supposed to go, to bring the zoning change before all of the detailed plans are made?
Yes, thank you. That's a really good question, and obviously a poignant one to ask since it's come up a number of times. So it is very normal to establish what we call the principle of development up front through a bylaw amendment application and the conditional approval of a draft plan of subdivision. You have to remember that development is a very expensive process, and the development of detailed engineering plans costs money. So what developers across Ontario, across the country, I would wager, do is they work with planning departments to get conditional approvals. And they are providing conceptual level details to answer the fundamental questions about whether the principle of development works. Then what we would ensure happens is the detailed work that's needed, we call it the detailed design stage, we're including appropriate conditions to make sure that that work happens. So this is 100% normal. Development couldn't happen in Ontario without this process. So I wouldn't be too worried about the fact that some of the details being put off to the detailed design stage. That's just how it works.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. All right. So I'm going to ask anyone who is in Partners Hall or out in the hallway that would like to speak to this application to make your way into council chambers. And I'm going to ask if there's anyone online that would like to speak to this application to raise your electronic hand.
Chair Stone, I see no hands raised online.
Excellent. All right. Would anyone present wish to speak to this application? There's a 2-minute delay to what they're watching down in Partners Hall. So let's just give them a minute or two. All right, well, I'm going to move on now. I see no one from the public. If they happen to show up, we'll let them in. But I'm going to move on to council for your comments or questions. Councillor Cloutier.
Through you, Chair. Obviously, this is very contentious subject area. We've looked at it once, and it's been pointed to us that I don't see a whole lot of changes from what we were looking at 10 months ago. I still, at that time, I had mentioned the entranceway. I just have to ask Richard, is it 66 feet they have or 60?
It would be 66 feet,
Yeah,
20 meters.
They have 66, okay.
Yep, thank you.
So, and in this, and then in the presentation that we get received back, that for the sight lines to be prominent and safe and everything, that the town's supposed to lower the road and fix the improvement of the sight line on the town line. I don't feel that that any taxpayers' dollars should go towards fixing anything of that sort to make it feasible for somebody else if it's not benefiting the whole town. The sidewalks definitely have to go up town line to hook this in at least from Naughty Pine Trail up to the subdivision. They talked about the circular walk in the way, so that's a cost that we're going to have to look at. And if you look at that, there's not a whole lot of road there, very little shouldering. So that's what you're talking about. Probably have to put drainage in and the sidewalks on top of the drainage. So that's pretty expensive on that. Also, come back to, come to us with other applications, the Burnell Road and Town Line. I know the other applications that came up from across from East Elliott and up that way on Town Line Road East. They said that we don't need lights there. I think we do. I drive it every day, 4 or 5 times a day. I think we need them now, let alone then you start adding on another 96 residents up in here that are going in and out of there. And they'll find in the wintertime, the people won't be going down the hill. They'll be going through Naughty Pine Trail and cutting through. So we're adding more traffic right into deep residential areas, which I don't agree with. We have Town Line, it's a major route. But I just, right now, I can't support the way this is because I don't see a whole lot of changes from what we want. And I want some specific details to how they're going to handle the water and handle the traffic. The traffic is a big thing for me because it's bad enough in that area as it is now. And the water situation, I'm not a pro on that, but I mean, every land is different. But I really like to see the way some sidewalks and costing for the town if we have to pay for the sidewalks from the entranceway down to Naughty Pine Trail.
Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Chair Stone. It's been noted before that this is a complicated file, and it is. It's a far-reaching development that will affect property owners in the surrounding area. And while I appreciate the applicants trying to make accommodations, I share a lot of the concerns that I've heard here today from the public. I still have concerns about the forest buffer and the new development and the older development, the wetlands and the drainage. Those are all things I still have concerns about. But mostly, I continue to have concerns about the size and the number of units for this development. Council had comments the last time that the applicant was here that the density of this development should be looked at to be scaled back. I don't see any scaling back on the application that's here today as far as density is concerned. This development needs to be compatible and protective of the existing areas around it, and I don't believe it is. I won't support the application in the way it is right now until I see the density and the number of units significantly reduced. And I know that may be in contradiction of what the official plan may indicate. The fact is that the property is just not compatible with the density that's being asked for. I had concerns when I first reviewed this application, and I still have those concerns today. And I would have no issue deferring this.
Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Chair Stone, and through you. Yeah, I don't have a problem with this land being developed. You know, we need housing, the location is good. It makes a lot of sense in some ways. I share similar concerns to my colleagues across the table. I think I shared in January, but I'll share it again. I lived on Shaw Crescent for a bunch of years. And I got a letter in my mailbox one day that my insurance was going up. Now I'm at the very top of the hill. I front on Town Line and Shaw. I didn't have a basement. There's zero chance of my place ever flooding. So I called them and they said, well, the reason your insurance is going up is because there's an unusually high volume of flood claims through insurance in that postal code. So I was penalized for that and had to pay more. So that it's not, the residents aren't making something up. It is very true. And unfortunately for me, that's where a lot of the water is coming from. And I'm really concerned about going down the road. A client of mine that lived on Beechwood Path, I felt horrible because their place kept flooding, to the point where I was hesitant to sell homes in that neighborhood when I was in real estate. I even have emails saying, confirm you're aware of the flooding issues in this neighborhood to cover my butt. So it's a real concern. And the two concerns I have as far as the property is really that corner of the wetland. It is a wetland. We've seen it. Natural drainage is much more effective than anything else. I'm not comfortable having any development on that corner. And also the traffic, of course, is a concern for all of us. So I think I do want to see development there because we need some housing. I just can't support it as it is right now.
Thank you. Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Stone. I concur with all of the comments made by my colleagues around the table. And I just want to say I appreciate the effort that the applicant has made in trying to address some of the concerns that we talked about in January. Having said that, I feel a bit the same, that I feel like we're rehashing the same issues that were raised in January. And so just a number of the examples, and I think a number of our speakers today were really eloquent in the way they were thoughtful and said, here are the numbers 1, 2, 3. And for me, a couple of comments that really struck me were reference to the loss of the wetland, the smaller wetland, and to Councillor Morrison's point, where it's proposed that housing will be filled in that wetland. And the comment on the EIS was the function was minimal, its loss was deemed insignificant. And from my perspective, I have always been under the impression, under our new official plan, that regardless of what the size and scale of the wetland, we don't encroach on wetlands. And so I feel like I don't, you know, I'm not, this isn't my expertise. I've been around this for a long time, and I respect the colleagues who may have written that, but I will beg to differ and say any encroachment there is a problem. And so I think it was former Mayor Terziano who made reference to something that I thought really defined how I feel, which is defer it until we get it right, one, but downsize to get out of the wetlands throughout the entire property. So it goes to the other side where on the conservation zone, and I do concur with comments made about we're going to put it on the owners, that they're going to have to manage their relationship with that property line. And I think I understand that is done in some developments, but I think they're generally larger lots, larger backyards. And so they're not, in fact, and if we look at the proposed draft plan, they're actually encroaching on the wetland. So I really feel like we're trying to fit this development. It's like fitting a square peg in a round hole. And no matter what we try and do to make it work, it's a square peg and it's a round hole. So I feel like I would be very supportive if I felt that the developer, I am again like Councillor Morrison, I'm not opposed to trying to develop the site, but I think that we need to get it right. And I'm hoping that the applicant will consider really looking at a couple of changes around those items that I talked about. So I'd be very supportive of deferring it so that we can continue work on that. But also, the last thing I want to say is I couldn't agree more. And yes, it might be standard practice that we approve the zoning and have conditional on a number of studies being completed. But in this case, stormwater management is critical for all of the reasons that have been stated for regarding the surrounding neighborhoods. But, you know, again, when you're proposing to, you know, fill in your wetlands, which is a natural way of dealing with water, then I would really want to be sure that the proposed stormwater management plan is going to do it. And I'd hate to have an approved plan and then find the study comes back and says, well, we're really going to have to do X, and X might be really extreme. So I don't really like, I think we're putting the cart before the horse on this one. And so I'd really support deferring it.
Anyone else? Councillor Renwick?
Thank you, Chair Stone. And I certainly want to thank the work that our planning department has done, as well as the applicant at this time, because it is a very complicated case. And I truly appreciate the work that's been done, but I also appreciate the voices that came forward today. And without reiterating what my fellow councillors have said, I also believe that we should not be developing on the wetlands in that particular corner. But I want to maybe ask the applicant, have you ever thought of, rather than the density, and I have an issue with the amount of units that are going in there, but is there a possibility to reduce the footprint, but to go a little higher? So we're not looking at maybe 96 units, we're going a little lower, but maybe given the location that it is, perhaps we can raise the height of some of the structures. I truly believe that if you look at the topography of this area, it's surrounded by residential areas, and I agree that the residents will be affected by this, but it is right in the center of an area that could be developed. And if we do it smartly, and I think there's some hesitation around the table, and I certainly agree, but I'll propose that perhaps to Mr. Clark or to the applicant. Is there a possibility that the density is decreased, but the height is increased slightly?
Thanks for that comment. In fact, I was going to make the same comment, but I would like to see this parcel developed in some way. I think the need is great. I like that there's townhouses and semi-detached, which are more reasonable for new buyers, young buyers to actually get into the housing market. So I appreciate that, but it would appear that the footprint of all of these in that particular area is the issue. So if we condense it more and get more concentrated density, leaving more trees farther away from the wetland, might be a real win. Sadly, as a planning council, we're often reactive to what comes before us. We can't design it. We can only say, here's what we're thinking. So that's what's happening. I agree with many of the comments. So another question I did have is the entranceway with the road coming and going, is there room also for a sidewalk as well as the road?
So, thank you. Good question. So through you, Mr. Chair, there would be a requirement for any new subdivision road to have a sidewalk on at least one side of the road. So that is something that would have to be sorted out. Again, there's a condition of approval for that detailed sidewalk and trail plan, and that would be something sorted out in the engineering submission at detailed design.
My other question, and I don't even know that you can answer it, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Do we think that with all of the stormwater management that we anticipate to be done, would it improve the flooding issues going forward?
So I might have to actually defer to the developer's engineer on that question. I'm not sure I can answer it, but it is a good question. So if you'd like, I can defer to Mr. Dennis or Mr. Harvey?
If you feel you'd like to answer that, that'd be great. I know it's speculation at this point because we haven't done the detailed plan.
Thank you, Chair. So the philosophy of stormwater management in this case, and the criteria that we have to meet, is that we need to attenuate all of the post-development flow, so the flows that are generated once the roads are there and the houses are there, to a pre-development level. So there would be no increase in flow that comes off the site once it passes through that stormwater management facility, which has a volume of storage and a restrictor that slows down the flows as it goes through, to what we calculate as the pre-development level based on our hydrological modeling. With regard to the swale proposed at the back in the catch basin, I had heard a number of comments from the public about pumping. That's certainly not what was proposed, and we would never propose as a stormwater management solution. The storm sewers on the new street would be lower than the grade at the back, so you could drain that area. And in fact, by building swales, putting in catch basins and storm drains into that back low-lying area, it should drain that area much better than it drains today. It will take it out to the street and out to the stormwater management facility. That's the plan.
Wonderful.
Thank
Thank you
you.
for that. So I've heard comments about a deferral. Otherwise, I'll need to read the motion. Is there anyone that would like to propose something? Mayor Alcock?
Would you like to have me propose it after you've read the motion, or I defer?
I can read the original
Okay,
motion first.
and then I'll propose a motion.
I have to read both these? Where's this? Moved by Councillor Morrison, seconded by Mayor Alcock. Be it resolved that Planning Council approve Community Planning Permit Bylaw Amendment Application CPPA 21-2023 HTE, changing the precinct on a portion of the subject lands from Development D precinct to urban residential low with exception X precinct to require a 3-meter wide tree buffer along rear lot lines, and urban residential low with exception Y precinct to increase the minimum required front yard from 4 meters to 7 meters and require a 3-meter wide tree buffer along the rear lot lines, and urban residential medium with exception X precinct to require a 3-meter wide buffer along the rear lot lines, an urban residential medium precinct, a conservation with exception Z precinct to recognize that the conservation lands affected contain a wetland feature with surrounding 15-meter protective buffer and to permit limited passive recreational trails and a future road within the conservation lands to the satisfaction of the town in accordance with all applicable bylaw requirements, and an open space precinct, all to permit a 96-lot residential subdivision development, and further that previous site-specific zoning exception RU1 1731 be deleted from the lands. You gonna read this one too? All right, hang on. Moved by Councillor Morrison, seconded by Mayor Alcock. Be it resolved that District Municipality of Muskoka be advised that Council of the Town of Huntsville has no objections to the conditional approval of draft plan of subdivision application S 2023-1 Woods View Estates, subject to conditions as outlined in attachment number 3 to report DEV 2024-90, and further that a copy of the report DEV 2024-90 be forwarded to the District Municipality of Muskoka for their consideration. So those are the two original motions. And I'm going to go to Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Stone. So I would move that we would defer it, but I would also propose that we take a 5-minute break so that we can identify some of the issues in that deferral. So it gives some guidance as to our planning staff and to the applicant, what specifically, we are interested in further information or further direction on.
All right.
Is that okay with you?
That is. Is there a seconder to that? All right. Councillor Clark. All right. So with that, we're going to take a 10-minute break.
Okay.
All right, if everyone can take their seats, please. All right. So, I have a proposed amendment here, so I will read it. Moved by Mayor Alcock, seconded by Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that the matter of community planning permit bylaw amendment application CPPA 21 2023 HTE and subdivision application S 2023-1 be postponed until such time that outstanding planning council concerns are addressed to the satisfaction of staff, including 1. Preparation of a detailed stormwater management and construction mitigation plan prepared by a qualified professional to the satisfaction of town staff. 2. Preparation of a detailed entrance plan prepared by a qualified professional to the satisfaction of town staff. Number 3, please. Redesign of the proposed development, including the elimination of lots as necessary to avoid wetlands and maintain appropriate off-lot buffers. And number 4, consider further redesign of the proposed development to reduce the overall development footprint and a more compact development housing type, including stacked houses as appropriate, to maintain more mature trees on the lot and tree buffers to surrounding development. Council, any comments or questions about that? Councillor Morrison.
The only comment I will make, Chair Stone, is I think, to be honest, the developers have done a lot of work. You know, they have to put a lot of work in. So I think, to be fair to them, we should make a commitment to try to get this back to the table sooner rather than later, for the residents and for the developers to get an answer and resolution quicker, as opposed to like we've been 8 months on this one. I know town staff's going to have to do a lot of work on this too, so it can't be 30 days from now, but I just want to make sure it's a bit expedient. And to say to the developers, I think there is appetite around this table to get development on that lot. Yeah. And I know they're going to have to spend some money here, but just to know that when you do come back, we're supportive of some development there. So it's not you're going to spend the money and we're going to say no development. Okay, so that's just the tone I want to set.
So I agree. And so as soon as we get the information, we'll get you on the docket right away. Any other comments or questions about this amendment? I see none. I'll call the question. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. Yeah. Anyone in Partners Hall or in the hallway that is here for the 15 Center Street public application, please come to council chambers. All right, folks, if you're leaving, can you do so quickly? All right. Thank you for that. We're now moving on to our next public meeting, which is 15 Center Street South. Madeline, you can go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. Through you, Mr. Chair, the subject property is located at 15 Center Street South. Sorry. The lot is designated residential within Huntsville's urban settlement area and also along an intensification corridor in Huntsville's official plan and is under the urban residential medium precinct in the community planning permit bylaw. A community planning permit amendment application has been submitted to change the precinct on the lot from an urban residential medium to an urban business employment with exception precinct, to recognize an existing dental office as a permitted use on the lot and limit other permitted uses to only the following as listed on the screen and included in the report package. The subject lands are currently developed with a commercial building used primarily as a dentist office that had been established on the property in in 1987. Under the previous zoning bylaw, the subject lands were under the general commercial zone, referenced as Code C2. Upon implementation of the community planning permit bylaw, the property was placed under the urban residential medium precinct, and the C2 zone was removed. Some uses within that zone were added to the urban residential precincts, as they allow for transitions and compatibility within the residential neighborhoods and surrounding commercial areas. The applicants have requested that the property be placed under the urban business employment precinct, which includes majority of the uses that had been included under the previous C2 zone. In this instance, the dental office would be the primary use on the property. However, the proposed site-specific exception would also permit other uses that were previously permitted within the C2 zone. However, it should be noted that some uses within the UBE precinct, urban business employment, and the C2 zone were removed, as they do not appear to be compatible with the surrounding area, nor act as transitionary uses between the central business district and the existing surrounding residential. Non-residential uses within the urban residential designation are primarily small-scale convenience commercial uses that service the immediate residential area. When establishing commercial uses in this designation, they may be considered so long that the facility will not have a significant negative impact upon the residential character. Additionally, along intensification corridors, a series of criteria are used to ensure development to be compact, appropriately serviced, and diverse. And in this instance, the existing commercial use on the subject lands provides a transition from the commercial uses to the north along Main Street and the residential uses to the south, and is appropriate for the lot and surrounding area. The application was circulated in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and Community Planning Permit Bylaw. No comments were received, and through staff's review and analysis, the application appears to meet the intent of the official plan and be consistent with the provincial policy statement. Therefore, staff are recommending approval. Thank you for listening, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you have.
Thanks very much. I'll call on the applicant or representative to make any comments.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Chair Stone, Committee, Lanny Dennis Planning, Box 254, Nova, Ontario, P0A1R0. Represent the owner. I think that's a fair and accurate assessment as presented by staff of the proposal. Certainly appreciate the efforts bringing the application forward. I think as far as planning applications go, I think this is fairly straightforward. Basically, we're reestablishing the previous commercial zoning that applied to the lands that appears to have been inadvertently removed as part of the last zoning update. The merits of the proposal, obviously it's in the urban settlement area, reflects the character and uses that are in the immediate area. In fact, if anything, it's probably more compatible with the commercial in the area rather than leaving it as residential. I think that it's an appropriate location for the use. It's in an area where there's other convenience commercial, which is what the reestablishment of the zoning is all about. And the lot is already developed, and it was already used as a dental office, which is the primary use. So we're sort of reestablishing the historical use of the property. So on that basis, I would respectfully request committee recommend approval of the application. Thanks.
Thanks very much. I'll call on members of the public present that would like to speak to the application. Unlike the last application, would anyone online like to speak to this application?
Chair Stone, I see no hands raised.
Thanks very much. All right, council members, comments or questions about the application? Moved by Councillor Renwick, seconded by Councillor Cloutier. Be it resolved that Planning Council approve Community Planning Permit Amendment Application CPPA 29-2024 HTE, the purpose and effect of which is to change the precinct on the lot from an urban residential medium precinct to an urban business employment and exception precinct, to recognize the operation of an existing dental office as a permitted use on the lot and limit other permitted uses on the lot to those listed in attachment number 1 to report DEV 2024-91. Comments or questions? All in favor? And that carries. They were all that easy. All right. We will now proceed to the, no, that's not right. Now that all comments have been received, I declare these public meetings respecting the above applications to be concluded. We will now move to the non-public portion of the meeting. And with that, Richard's coming back to the table to speak to the Grandview Drive application. We do have about 10 chairs in council chambers. If anyone's watching in Partners Hall or the hallway, we have about 10 chairs to have people join us. You can go ahead, Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, the subject property is located at 727 Grandview Drive. The lands are designated Hidden Valley Resort Recreational Area and the resort commercial designation in the Huntsville official plan. The lands are also contained within the recreational resort commercial precinct in the community planning permit bylaw with a previous zoning exception C40228 and are below the natural constraint 2 overlay. This application is similar to a previous community planning permit application, CPP 14-2024, on the subject lands, which was considered and denied by Planning Council on March 13th, 2024. This application responds to previous concerns noted in relation to the previous denied dock application. There are now 3 docks proposed. Dock number 1 is a 17.8 meter wide dock located furthest west on the lot in front of an existing patio area. It projects approximately 15 meters into Fairy Lake with 4 piers in an east-west orientation that can accommodate up to 6 boats. Dock number 2 is a 14.4 meter wide dock located in the middle of the shoreline on the lot in front of the existing shoreline buffer. It projects approximately 13.2 meters into Fairy Lake with 4 piers again in an east-west orientation that can accommodate up to 6 boats. And dock number 3 is a 19.4 meter wide dock located on the east side of the shoreline in front of an existing pool and gazebo structure. This dock projects approximately 14.1 meters into Fairy Lake, has 3 piers in a northwest orientation, and can accommodate up to 6 boats. In this instance, the applicant is proposing to construct 3 new floating dock facilities, each having 6 slips and 2 new pedestrian pathways on the lot. This Class 3 community planning permit application requests the following variations: an increase to maximum cumulative width for the shoreline structures and shoreline activity areas on the lot from 42 meters to 56.1 meters for the 2 new slip dock structures, and an increased maximum permitted number of 2 meter wide pedestrian pathways within the shoreline buffer from 1 to 3. The new docks and landing footpaths for docks 2 and 3 would be considered permitted uses within the recreational resort commercial precinct. However, the shoreline provisions within the CPP bylaw apply. Applicable shoreline activity area and shoreline structure standards contained within the CPP bylaw permit a maximum cumulative width of 33% of the shoreline frontage of such structures in a waterfront commercial or a mixed-use precinct. These provisions are intended to ensure that shoreline development will occur in an appropriate manner that's in balance with shoreline habitat and water resource protection objectives. The proposed new dock facilities would add an additional width of approximately 19 meters to the cumulative width of shoreline activity areas and structures in this instance, bringing the cumulative width to 62.5 meters, or a total cumulative width of 35.6% of the linear shoreline frontage. And this is approximately 4.8 meters wider than what would be permitted as of right. The shoreline will remain largely unchanged, with the exception of a minor shoreline buffer encroachments resulting from proposed construction of 2 new 2-meter wide pedestrian footpaths to access the new boat dock. On review of this application, staff identified inaccuracy in some of the measurements provided. The existing shoreline activity area and buffer can be seen here. And on irregular shaped properties, staff calculates the shoreline activity area based on the amount of linear shoreline frontage occupied. As can be seen under existing conditions, based on this calculation approach, the shoreline activity area on the lot is currently approximately 42 meters, or 24.5% of the shoreline frontage. And that implies that the shoreline buffer under existing conditions is approximately 132 meters, or 75.5% of the shoreline frontage. So with the addition of the new docking facilities, the proposed increase is actually 19 meters. And when we add that to 42, we get 62.2. So not as was indicated on the applicant's proposal, 56 meters. The actual increase is 62.2 meters. And that would leave behind 113 meters of the shoreline in a buffered state. So 19 meters to the shoreline activity area is an increase of roughly 11% over the existing. So these inaccuracies in calculation have been reflected in staff's recommendation. So you can see here, we've just struck out 56 meters, and we're proposing, if council considers this application favorably, that the actual increase should be to 62.2 meters. Staff's report discusses the variations proposed in greater details and reviews the extent to which matters to be considered in evaluating such variations have been met. It's staff's opinion that the evaluation criteria have been appropriately met. Potential off-site and adverse impacts were identified in a scoped environmental impact study prepared by Tulloch Engineering and a boating impact study prepared by Riverstone Environmental Solutions, Inc. The scoped EIS focused on documenting fish and fish habitat within the vicinity of the site to explore the feasibility of development options for shoreline structures and boat docks. The study characterized the fish habitat in the vicinity of the site as Type 2 fish habitat and addressed potential impacts of the proposed development, as well as proposed impact avoidance and mitigation measures to address applicable requirements. In addition to direct fish habitat, the report considered how the development may indirectly impact fish and fish habitat through means such as water quality impairment or alterations to riparian shoreline habitat. The author of the report concluded with confidence that if all mitigations are adopted, the shoreline works and dock installation proposed would have minimal impacts on fish habitat. The boating impact study determined the boating capacity of Fairy Lake in the vicinity of the proposed development and considered potential conflict between water-based activities resulting from the proposal. The results of this study indicate that the current boating activities in Fairy Lake are well below the threshold of available boating area. And based on observations and the modeling of increased boating traffic attributable to the development, boating capacity noted in the boating impact study was typically well below the available capacity and did not approach capacity on any occasion. As such, the author noted that the proposed docking facility has a low likelihood of resulting in unsafe boating conditions on Fairy Lake. The application was circulated in accordance with the Community Planning Permit Bylaw and to the Fairy Lake Association. And at the time of agenda publication, 8 letters of concern were received respecting the application, and these are included as attachments to my report. The Commons outline objections based on the precedent-setting nature of the proposal, visual and environmental impacts, loss of safe swimming areas and areas on site, sightline interruptions by docks and boats, and additional noise and traffic of boats on the lake. Some commenters note that the number of docks proposed is excessive and indicated that the unit owners should explore employing a boat sharing model with the number of docking facilities reduced from 18 to 6. One commenter believes the reason for denial of the previous application still exists despite the redesign, and note the approval of this new submission would be inappropriate. 3 additional objection letters were provided following agenda publication, and these were circulated to council. I believe one of the objectors is here today and can speak to the issues raised more clearly. And 2 of the comments focused on similar concerns to those previously noted and really did focus on the loss of the swim dock facilities. A petition including 101 names in opposition to the application was provided. 17 letters of support were received from unit holders in the condominium, and these are included in the report. 1 additional letter of support was provided post agenda publication and was provided to councillors. The Fairy Lake Association comments have been included in the report, and in their comments, the Fairy Lake Association note that there is significant concern among lake residents regarding the development and required variations. Concerns relate to shoreline development intensity relating to high-density developments on Fairy Lake. It's noted that the Fairy Lake Association Land Use and Planning Committee is very concerned about decisions relating to the shoreline development for high-density developments on Fairy Lake, that with several current high-density projects nearing completion and new developments in the works, decisions relating to shoreline development for higher density development on Fairy Lake need to be revisited. The association notes that shoreline development on such properties should appropriately consider the intensity of use rather than the current linear proportion of the shoreline occupied. In the conclusion to their comments, the Fairy Lake Association requests that council reflect on how their decision may affect similar applications for shoreline developments currently underway and reasonably expected in the near future. District of Muskoka comments have been included in the report, and these comments indicate that the proposed development results in a reduction of the shoreline buffer on the property below standards outlined in the Muskoka official plan. However, district staff also note that they would not be opposed to the proposal should the town be satisfied that the proposed shoreline activity area and shoreline vegetative buffer is appropriate. It is staff's opinion that the relevant criteria for approval contained in the CPP bylaw have been met in this instance, and the proposed development is consistent with the provincial policy statement. As such, staff is recommending approval of this application, and I thank you, and I'd be happy to ask or answer any of your questions.
Thanks very much. Before I go to the applicant, we have a pre-registered deputation from Teresa Borgio. Come on down if you would.
That's back. So you can focus in if you want. Okay, perfect.
You can go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak in front of you today. I am here on behalf of 52 Golden Pheasant. We have owned the property bordering to the west for 53 years. There have been a number of changes to the Grandview property, but the character of the proposed shoreline has always remained in its natural state. It is a very distinct and unique feature of Fairy Lake. The application that was put forward in March was looking at a marina-sized dock of 42.1% of the shoreline. The current application that was presented to the public said that it was 32.1% or 56.1 meters of the straight line frontage. In actual fact, as Richard suggested, the actual dimensions are 35.6% or 62.2 meters of the shoreline frontage. As the applicant did in their last proposal, they again provided the public with numbers that are smaller than the actual project. And these numbers were the same numbers that were used in all of their supporting documents. Section 244, the maximum cumulative width of all shoreline structures and shoreline activity areas in the waterfront commercial and mixed-use precincts shall not exceed 33% of the lot frontage. They are asking for 35.6. Section 534, for all new development, at no time shall the total number of residential units located on land designated as resort commercial exceed 50% of the units that are existing or have been approved in a zoning or bylaw or site plan. And it was confirmed at the last meeting that this property does not qualify under this qualification. The volume of 18 local boats maneuvering around this small area would be very dangerous for swimmers on the public dock and the neighboring properties. The boats would create a large amount of traffic with tubing, skiing, and wakeboarding in front of our cottage and the other residents on the north shoreline. And unlike in a bay, canal, or marina, there will be no low-speed restrictions to encourage boaters to slow down. The amount of pollution, oil, and gas will increase by 18 boats in our localized area, which poses health risks to both humans and animals. The chemicals used to clean, protect, and run boats leaches into the water, impacting the natural environment and weakening and killing wildlife. This project will require approval by Fisheries and Oceans Canada, as well as the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry. Will require a land use permit if they are planning on charging a fee for the boat slots. There will be an instant and substantial drop in our property value. It is currently a prime location at the end of the road beside the road allowance. Section 3, water resources. Improper development and land use can negatively impact these water resources by contributing to surface water, algae, and weed growth, or loss of fisheries habitat. This can result in negative economic impacts through the loss of tourism opportunities and decreased waterfront property values. Our property will experience increased noise and decibel levels directly related to the application. Sound travels on water. This added noise will impact all neighbors and residents and those across Ferry Lake as well. The noise of starting and stopping boats will be a constant nuisance on our property and will be similar to living near a marina without operating hours. In the official plan, it refers to minimizing the visual impact of development. This application does not meet that criteria. The new docks would appear like a commercial resort and affect the natural view from the water. It will not blend in with the shoreline or the other Ferry Lake properties as desired by the official plan. This is the area that they're considering putting this application in. So the dock with the ladder is the public dock, and then where the chairs are is where they're proposing dock 1 to be. So this poses a high risk for swimmers in the area as boats will be backing out of the boat slots. Ferry Lake, as many of you know, is a very wavy lake, and the winds normally come from the west to the east. This is not a good location for multiple boat docks. The proposed plan would require the boaters to essentially parallel park their boats in a very strong current on floating docks. This dock structure could work in a calm bay, but not in the main lake where these are being proposed. So just to get a concept of how big these structures are, Richard went over the general dimensions of them, but they're all sticking out 15 meters from the water. And the one to the left is 17.8 meters wide. The middle one is 14.4 meters wide, and the one in front of the pool deck is 23.9 meters wide. These are huge structures. And last time their proposal was to put the boat docks straight into the water, which was actually kind of the width of the Edgemere. This time what they're proposing is, if you calculate those docks and put them together, they're the width of the Edgemere. So if anyone's seen those condos from the water, you know exactly what that looks like. And they're proposing to put those in dock structures on the water. The boating impact study, for some reason, examined 8 boats, not 18, as it should have, and concluded that Ferry Lake is scientifically not at its maximum boat capacity. The study did not examine the potential impacts the boat traffic would have on the surrounding properties, the noise that will be generated from the additional boat traffic, and the risk to swimmers on the public dock. The report stated that although science shows there is a physical space, that the perception of individual users often drives capacity assessments. The perception of the users and the public is that Ferry Lake residents do not want these large boat structures and additional boat traffic, which is clearly demonstrated by the results of the petition. Just give me a sec here. Sorry, I have the cold that's going around. This is also supported by the Ministry of Natural Resources Fairy Lake Fact Sheet 2020, which was submitted with the application, that states Fairy Lake, one of the Huntsville lakes, has been greatly impacted by human activities such as shoreline development, water level control, contaminants, and the introduction of non-invasive species. The scoped environmental impact statement was completed by the same firm that is put forward the application for the applicant. So there's a conflict of interest in terms of the report. The report also did a very, very narrow scope where they only looked at the species that are in the area as well as the impact of installing the floating docks. They did not look at, the study did not examine the environmental impacts on the water and the fish habitat once the 18 boats are actually put in the water, examine how much pollution each boat will add to the lake, the decibel levels that will be generated by 18 additional boats, and the impact that these changes will have on the other residents on Fairy Lake. The report stated that increased use of the area by boats due to increased boat slip access may result in impaired water quality from bed disturbance, introduction of hydrocarbons, and general increased use in the area, but none of these issues were examined. In terms of a comparison of people's expectations of waterfront condominiums and boat access, the proposed lakeside development has 59 units with only 6 boat slips. That is approximately 1 boat slip for every 10 units. The Crescent Bay Club has 53 units with only 14 boat slips. That is approximately 1 boat slip for every 4 units. The waterfront at Grandview has 34 units, and they are asking for 18 boat slips. That, in addition to that, they also have the 24 boat slips available to them still in the bay. So in total, they will have 42 boat slips for 34 units. I started a petition in October when we got the notice, and I have submitted the results to the council with 101 people signing this petition. This clearly shows that, again, the people on Fairy Lake do not support these massive dock structures that they are proposing. I would suggest that you decline the Class 3 application and require the applicant to stay within the maximum 25% shoreline frontage that they are required, and suggest to them that they follow a similar ratio to the current condominiums units on Fairy Lake, which would be about 4 to 9 boat slips. I would also like to suggest that they look into the idea of using the area where the original Grandview docks were located, which is on the tip at the edge of the bay where boats are automatically slowing down. It might be a little bit easier to park their boats. As for the proposal with docks 2 and 3, I can't see how they're going to dock their boats in that area. The Town of Huntsville's official plan, Section B objectives, will not be upheld if this application is approved. The official plan makes many references to protecting the character of the lakes, protecting the natural view from the water, and maintaining the uniqueness of the lake, as well as the picturesque shoreline of Fairy Lake. The official plan has clearly set limits on the width of dock structures and the percentage of shoreline coverage to maintain the lakes in Muskoka, in Huntsville. An approval of a Class 3 variation for this application would not minimize the visual impact on Fairy Lake. This is a private residence. If this application is approved, they will be given a larger shore coverage than is approved for a commercial resort property. They're asking for 35.6% or 62.2 meters of shoreline frontage. That is a lot of frontage. And that is actually 42% above the 25% that they're actually supposed to be allocated. They would have allocated more docks than the other much larger condominiums on Fairy Lake. As well, this is not a unanimously approved with the residents within the waterfront at Grandview condominiums. And to repeat, 101 members of the Fairy Lake Association and residents have clearly demonstrated that they do not support this application going forward. There is no benefit to the public interest to have this application approved, and it would become a safety issue for anyone on the public dock when the road allowance. Declining this application is not just important to the homeowners on Fairy Lake, it maintains the objectives of the Town of Huntsville's official plan. I ask the council to decline this application. Thank you in advance.
Thank you very much. Thanks for speeding through that. That's excellent. You're just a touch over.
It's okay.
Thank you very much. I'm going to call on the applicant to make comments now. Yeah, and I know there's 2 of you. The other can take that chair. Wayne? Yeah.
That was my neighbor, by the way. Oh, let me turn this on.
You can go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Stone, Mayor Alcock, esteemed members of the council. My name is Munir Herji, and I'm the chair of the Dock Committee at Waterfront at Grandview. I live at 727 Grandview Drive, Unit 204 in the Rosewood Building. Along with me, the gentleman behind that was also wanting to sit down. It's too bad we didn't have another chair, is Kim Underwood. He's the president of our condo corp, also called MSCC 91, which is the official name of our condo corp. And Wayne Simpson here, who's a planner with Tulloch Engineering that has done the work on our behalf. I have a presentation that I prepared. Ah, there we go. How do I click? This is forward, this is back, and you can zoom in. Ah, got it. So just by way of background on this, as you know, we were here in April, and we had presented an application for the docks at the time that was referred to earlier. And the reason we're here is because we currently have 18 slips that we're leasing from Hallmont Corporation in Cookson Bay, just around the corner from where we are. Hallmont informed us a few years ago that we're going to be losing the rights to those docks. As a matter of fact, it was stated earlier that we're asking for docks in addition to the ones that we have. That is an inaccurate statement. Those docks are disappearing from the lake. We're not sure what Hallmont's plans are for that area of water. I think it's dependent on what they get zoning for. So those docks are actually disappearing. And we currently have 18 slips that we're renting from Hallmont. And when we bought the place, Hallmont told us that we would have access to the slips, which is why we went out and purchased Watercraft. And then once they told us that, you know, we don't have those anymore, we need to figure out what to do. So we came forward in April with a plan that, in retrospect, was a little too ambitious, which we didn't realize at the time how ambitious it was, but we've certainly learned a lot since we were here in April. At the time, we'd asked for 28 slips. We'd asked to have it projecting out 26 meters into the lake and have 42% of the shoreline developed. And that was rejected by the council. Council asked us to go back and rethink our approach and engage more with the community, which is what we've done. So subsequent to that, one of the big things that we needed to do was to engage with members of our own community within Waterfront at Grandview, because we hadn't done that in the past. So we went through a very formal process and we had a vote, and it was approved. The plan that we have in front of you is approved by the board of directors of our corporation, as well as by the majority of the members of our condo corp as required by our bylaws. And I think the vote on that is part of the package that was submitted, was officially done. It was verified by our lawyers, and you know, we got the necessary approval from the members of our community to proceed with that. In addition to that, we conducted a fish study, an environmental study, a boating impact study that were done, and all of the studies came back and said that there'd be really minimal impact to the lake from the installation of these docks. And those studies are also included in the package that Richard Clark referenced. And then finally, we engaged in dialogue with the Fairy Lake Association, other community members, and also our neighbors on Grandview Drive. And as a matter of fact, we actually received from the boards of the condo corps on Grandview Drive, representing 112 doors. They had a formal vote, those boards, and they voted in favor of our application. And I think they've sent letters into council, and you should have those letters in your information package as well. So the proposal that we're looking for approval for now is a significantly downscaled project. We're asking for 18 slips instead of 28. We're asking for, it's projecting out 15 meters projecting into the lake, which is completely compliant with the town regulations, and 33% shoreline developed. Now, I know that you know, the way Wayne calculates shoreline is different from the way Richard calculates shoreline, and we accept that. So we accept the fact that it's 35.6% shoreline developed. We're not disputing that. The only point I'm trying to make with saying it's 33% is you can compare that to what we had before, when we were asking for 42%, which is the way Wayne calculated it before, to 33% today. So it's a significant decrease from what we'd asked for before. So I just wanted to point out to you that, you know, we've significantly scaled back what we are asking for based on the feedback that we've received from everybody. We also have received $5,000 deposits from 17 from our neighbors for 17 watercraft for these slips. So the demand is clearly there, and we're asking for 18 slips, and you know the demand is clearly there. We've already received deposits for 17 watercraft. These docks will be built by Crop Industrial Inc. out of Parry Sound, and a representative from Crop, Elvin Brubaker, is here today in case any of you have any questions for him about the construction of those docks. And during the question and answer period, he'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have about that. I think you've seen this diagram that was in your package as well as what Richard presented. This one as well. So, you know, it shows the shoreline projection and kind of gives you a sense of the impact, which we believe is minimal. And a few other slides that you hadn't seen. And I wanted to point out a couple of things on these things. One is when we talk about shoreline, and you can see on the very, let me try the little trick here. Oh, that's a handy little toy over here. Yeah, I like this. So there's the seating area over there. So that counts as the shoreline. But as you can see, if you're looking at it from the water, it's not really visible because of the tree cover that's there. And, you know, I think the builder did a really good job actually of protecting the shoreline and making it less visible from there. But that counts as the 35.6% in the shoreline. A couple of other things that I want to point out on this is right over here. So right on this section over here, where you can see the gap between the trees, that's where the middle dock would go. And we've chosen that very specifically because we don't have to take down any trees to put the docks there. It's in the little bay right in the corner, right in the middle over there. And that's where the middle dock would go. So minimal impact on the shoreline because there's no trees there. And then over here, right at the very edge of the pool would be the other ramp of access. So we've done as much as we possibly can when we've thought about redesigning this to, you know, have a minimal impact on the shoreline in terms of the design that we've put together. And then this picture over here gives you a better sense of the bay. So you can see this was taken from the pool area over to where the current swim dock is. And you can see sort of the impact of, you know, there's a little bay in the corner. And it's designed that way so that it has a minimal impact on the view from our neighbors on the west side because it's tucked into the bay. Actually, while I'm on this, I did want to make an additional comment on the swim dock because I know that a number of our neighbors have raised that as a concern with you folks. So we have an agreement with, so, you know, the site that we have, ours is phase 1 of the Grandview development, and there's phase 2 that's going to be developed that's owned by Hallmont currently. And then we have what's called a shared facilities agreement with Hallmont. So Hallmont phase 2 will own the beach. Phase 1, that's our property, owns the pool. And, you know, we've got an agreement that we're going to share that. We have a written agreement from Claude Doughty, the representative of Hallmont, saying that once we get this project approved, that we can take the swim dock that's there and move it over to just where the beach is over there, just tucked into the beach. And so that way we would have the swim dock over there, and it would just be part of the shared facilities agreement, just as the way the pool's part of the shared facilities agreement, and you know, the beach is part of the shared facilities agreement. Now, we know that requires a permit to get that moved over, and, you know, we would work with Hallmont to get that permit done. And but we're not going to lose the swim dock. And Hallmont, quite frankly, doesn't want to go through the process of asking for a permit and going through the process of getting that done until you've approved this project, because it's just a cost and a pain to go through that until this project is approved. So we've thought about the swim dock. We've made arrangements to have that. And as a community, we will not be losing the swim dock because, that's very important to us. So we've consulted widely with the community and we've significantly scaled back our original request. Our application has been approved by our board as well as by the majority of our owners as required by our condo bylaw. We've conducted both studies, we've conducted environmental studies, and they're all showing minimal impact to the installation of the docks. We think breaking them into 3 pods of 6 makes it visually unobtrusive, and so shouldn't have as much of an impact to the rest of the Fairy Lake community. The middle pod of docks is in a little cove, so it doesn't affect the view. I've talked about the swim dock already. We've taken a lot of care and thought to put into the design to preserve the natural shoreline, and no trees need to be removed. And then finally, as Richard's pointed out, the application is compliant with the town planning guidelines and policy. It meets all of the applicable criteria for approval with the relevant CPP bylaws and is consistent with the provincial planning statements. So in summary, I'd just like to say that, you know, after the last time we were here, we listened to you very carefully. We listened to the feedback that you gave us, and we listened to the feedback from our community, and we really took that to heart. And we've tried really hard and worked really hard to come up with a solution that we think, you know, is a good compromise, or it's something that will work for everybody. And we've worked really hard to try and meet the needs of all of the constituents in our community. And we would respectfully ask for your approval of our application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, with that, I'm going to go to council members. Are there any comments or questions? Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Stone. And I guess I wanted to thank the applicant for listening. I certainly, there is a significant difference in the proposal for sure. My question is around the swim dock, though. And I hear what you said about the agreement, whatever it's called, with Hallmont Properties and moving the swim dock over. I guess really, though, my question would be, would that not, in essence, you're asking for permission to build 4 docks today. Does that not add to the cumulative, or is it's on another property? Is that it, Wayne?
Yes, through.
Go
you,
ahead,
Mr.
yes.
Chair. Yeah, the dock, swim dock would be in front of the Helmont property, in front of the beach is owned by Helmont.
So it's not part of this
So it'd be a
property.
different property altogether.
In essence, but, and so I appreciate that. Okay, so what's before us really are the 3 docks. Having said that, by moving the swim dock to the other location, which is directly beside this one, it is really saying we approve 4 docks because we're moving the existing swim dock.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't know that I'd go to bank on that. If you're telling me, if you make approval here today that you're approving something that you haven't had an application for yet.
No, but even by, I apologize for interrupting, sorry, but I'm, the applicant is saying that this, because there are a lot of people have concerns about the loss of the swim dock. And so I hear you when you say, well, we don't want to lose the swim dock. We will enter into this agreement and it will be thus, right? So I'm assuming that that's good faith and that will happen, which means there will be 4 docks.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I apologize for being a little snippy there.
No, that's
but
fine,
the reality
that's
is,
fine.
the reality is that there would be an application for the swim dock. It's in the location that was described by Ms. Borgil as being the area where the boat docks were in the past. It's immediately in front of the beach, the sand beach, and it's the most logical place to have people swimming as opposed to any boat traffic in that area. So it's a perfect location for the swim dock. It's in front of that beach amenity area already, but Helmont will have to make an application that'll go back through the staff and have to be evaluated on that basis. The owners, you know, the swim dock is was a significant cost as well initially, but the thought is that by moving it over to in front of the beach area, then the phase 2 who owns the beach will have the swim dock, and that'll be offered up to the phase 1 owners, and the phase 1 owners who have the pool will offer that up as a shared amenity to the phase 2. So it's really just a matter you know, cooperating between these two phases, phase one and phase two, which is not yet realized, to share these recreational amenities. And in my opinion, the swim dock is should most logically be put in front of the beach.
Okay, follow
I
up.
can-
Yep.
A very quick follow-up. So you do raise, thank you for the explanation. You do raise an interesting thought, and that is, so in the shared agreement, then you're doubling the capacity or the use of the swim dock because it will be shared with a new building.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Yep.
in that respect, it is. Right now, it's exclusive to MC 91, but yeah, it would be something that could be used by phase two, which would be a smaller phase in any event, but
Okay, thank you.
That's hypothetical because we don't have an application. Yes. All right. Councillor Cluche.
Through you, Chair. Probably what would have helped you today is if, I know, I'm not calling you a liar by no means, but if you would have brought the paper saying that you had 18 applicants already signed up, that would probably help so that we would definitely know that there are 18. Yeah, just to mention, I don't mind it. It's better than the other one, but I would sooner see, in my vision, the one at the pool and then the one in beside it. And it leaves the other area where the swim dock over to the middle boat launch. You got your treat area, your more natural look. But I just wonder, with the docking, the docks at the swimming pool, your increased traffic, does your washroom facilities down there, can it accommodate the extra people that are going to be going there? That's all.
Yeah, maybe I can comment on that, or I'd ask,
Sure, quickly. Yep.
Kim Underwood, if you'd like to comment on that. There's not a lot of extra people. It's still the same 34 units that we have that will be using, the facilities. So the washroom facilities that we have is actually more than sufficient than what we have today for our existing community. So we're not looking at any additional traffic or any additional people. It's the same people that are currently using our facility.
Thanks.
Yeah. And I'd just like to make one additional point on swimming because I think it's important. So we've talked about that earlier. We're also going to be designing the docks in such a way that there's going to be ladders at the end of or in the middle of each dock so that people can in fact go swimming off the docks if they want, in between the boats. So it's been designed with crop, and there's also going to be chairs on those docks so that people can kind of sit on them. So we've thought about a lot of that as well to make it, friendlier, if you will, for people.
Okay. Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Chair Stone. I want to thank the applicant for continuing to work with our planning department to scale down the proposal. That's a good thing. There's obviously some public opposition to this, as the petition with 101 names indicates. There's also not a clear indication of support from the Ferry Lake Association, which I was hoping to see a bit of a clearer direction there, and there isn't. Their letter reads more like a letter of caution, I would say, really, than anything else. So I have a couple concerns and comments. Firstly, according to some of the letters of objection, about 30% of the condo owners did not support this application. So that's a large enough number in my mind for some concern, because those people could end up with something they didn't want. I would have liked to seen a much higher rate of approval by the condo owners. So I guess what I'm saying is that the division among the condo owners concerns me a little bit. Secondly, of course, I'm concerned about how this decision will affect similar applications for shoreline developments. We have more than a few developments that could be looking carefully at what happens with this one. So I'm weighing still whether I would support this item or not. It's been a tough one, and I still don't know which way I'm going right now.
Thank you. Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Chair Stone, and through you. I think the applicant's done a lot of work here. They've really listened to what we said last time. I've had a chance to visit, and at first glance, I was very impressed with the improvements. But the concerns I have are a bit similar to Corey or Councillor Clark. I was really hoping there'd be a 90% uptick or so on approvals, because when you really look at it, the only thing that was ever promised there was a swim dock. And I haven't seen the letter from Claude saying that he's definitely going to put a swim dock there, but I wonder, when is the timing? Is it 2 years down the road? Is it when that development gets done, or will he do it right away in conjunction with these docks being completed? Or are people going to have to go without a swim dock for 2 to 3 years? I like that you can jump off the dock and swim, but if someone's bringing their grandkids down there, that's not really somewhere they might want to swim. I'm not in favor of seeing the swim dock moved, only because, like I said, that's the one thing people were told they were getting. And the 33% of the people that voted no probably won't be too happy that they're not getting it in front of their dock, in front of their condos. And I guess the one thing I want to talk about too is boating. I'm pro boating. The good thing about these docks, the positive spin, is that there's more people on the water coming into town, going to the restaurants, going to the theater, and using our amenities in town. So that's a win. I think it's good. I like seeing people out there tubing with their kids and having fun and doing all that stuff. But kayaking, canoeing, and swimming is also very important in Muskoka. And this could have an adverse effect. So I would love to see a situation where you guys can get as many docks as reasonably possible without the swim dock moving. But I also do want to point out, you made a really good point, the shoreline development percentage does include stuff that's not visible. So if you just count the width of the docks, I don't think you're sitting at 35.6. I think if you look at what we'd see from the lake, those 3 docks don't add up to the 62 meters. Mr. Simpson, would that be correct?
Yeah, so that gets back to the question through you, Mr. Chair, about how we measure things. Richard and if I was looking at the shoreline and there were 8 docks that were 8 feet wide and 50 feet long, and it was a straight shoreline, and I put in 3 of those, in my opinion, the cumulative width would be 24 feet.
Mm-hmm.
But Richard measures it, the staff measure it based on a line. I measure it based perpendicular to the shoreline, but the staff measure it perpendicular to the projection of the side of the lot line from corner to corner. So if I start moving my 8-foot wide docks around a curve, now I've got 8, and it might have 12, and it might have 30, depending upon the angle, because I'm looking at it at an oblique angle. So I'm looking at it straight on, and Richard's looking at it perpendicular to an imaginary line. And so, both systems would make sense, but I think mine's more sense. But anyway, Richard's the guy with the computer and able to write the report. But that's the essence of it all.
Okay, so I'll just follow up. And I guess I'm more speaking to, and I know that our planning staff has to follow generally accepted practices and principles, so I don't think there's anything malicious there, but I think it's, the thing I'm talking about more is that seating area. The seating area and some of the stuff that's actually been included in the percentage, you can't see it from the water. So I think if that wasn't included, and we're just talking about the width of the docks, whether it's Richard's measurements or yours, we wouldn't be looking at 62 point some odd meters. Is that
That's
correct?
correct, yeah.
Yeah, getting back to your initial question, you're correct. The docks have been placed purposely in front of that feature because it's already contributing to the cumulative width, the sitting area.
Any other comments from council? Councilor Renwick.
Thank you, Chair Stone, and through you. I also concur with my fellow councillors that I appreciate the work that's been done to date and that you've brought it back and that you've looked at it. I think, having walked the area as well, and I really do agree that the sight lines from the water, when you're looking at the shoreline, you don't even see that walkway that's there. You don't see it from the shoreline, and it's very well vegetated and looks really good. To what Mayor Alcock said about moving the dock and it becoming, that application hasn't come before us yet. But the way that the application is now, I would be in favor of this application. And I think that it does, you've got members, I would have liked to see more members agree with the application. But at this point, you've got 70% of your people that are in favor of it. So that does state something as opposed to the 33 that are, or 30% that are not. But given the amount of work that you've done and the changes that you've made, I think you've made a great effort to present something that we can look at and approve. So I would be in favor of this application.
All right, I see no other hands at the moment. Councilor Morrison?
Just quickly, Chair Stone, through you. I guess I just maybe like to get I should have made it more of a question. Do you have a letter in writing stating any dates of when the swim dock would be installed on the Halmont property at the beach? And are there any, so two-part, and are there any residents in the condo corp that are upset about the moving of the swim dock?
We have an email from Claude. He tends to communicate via email versus a formal kind of letter saying that he approves, and as a matter of fact, that he approves of moving it. As a matter of fact, he actually came down to our facility with his boat on a Saturday, because he just lives down the bay, and actually picked out the spot around the beach area that he thought would be appropriate, because, you know, there used to be some development there, and there was some remnants from the previous construction of the docks, and he dove down there and I dove down there to make sure that the point where we want to put the docks, where we want to move the swim dock, would be appropriate, and that no one would get hurt, and that it's deep enough. So, you know, we dove down there together and looked at it, and he said, yep, this is the spot. And then he sent us a letter or an email later saying that, you know, that he's fine with doing it, but he doesn't really want to go through the process until we get approval over here.
Go ahead.
So as a follow-up, there really is no guarantee that the swim dock will ever be installed. If Claude were to sell the land tomorrow as a new developer and they have a different plan, there will be no swim dock.
But we would make it part of the shared facilities agreement. So just like any new developer that comes in, the beach is part of the shared facilities agreement, the pool is part of the shared facilities agreement. We would just make that swim dock as part of the shared facilities agreement as well.
Yeah, but if that new developer chooses to keep it natural and never put anything on there, then there is no swim dock, right?
But if it's
You can't
already
make it-
part of the shared facilities agreement, then they can't change that.
Yeah, but you could use the waterfront and everything else, but you can't force that developer to build a swim dock for you, correct?
No, the swim dock's already there, so we're just using the current swim dock that we already have, that's there, and we're just simply relocating it to another spot.
If the developer allows it.
Well, Hallmont is the developer today.
Today.
That's correct.
Right, just today. Okay.
Yeah, and we really don't know, you know, how long he's going to be the owner of that property, when it's going to be sold. We're not sure, but once we get that added into the shared facilities agreement, then that's guaranteed, just like regardless of who the new owner is of phase 2, we call it, we're guaranteed the use of the beach, and that the new people would be guaranteed the use of the pool. So that would just get added into the mutual shared facilities agreement.
I'll finish my statement with what I would support. Because there is no guarantees, Councillor Stone could buy the property tomorrow and decide that he just wants kayaks there and no swimming. My honestly, what I would approve is, I do want you guys to get your docks. You've done a lot of work, but there are 33% of people there that would love a swim dock, or maybe more. And because we have no guarantees, if I saw something in writing that is actually legal and binding, and support from the condo corp, not just 70%, but from the 90% or more of the members, that they support the moving of the dock, I would support this application right away.
So for me, my comments are about the Ferry Lake Association letter. They mentioned 3 times in their letter that it would be precedent setting. And in planning, we don't have precedents. However, it's difficult when phase 2 goes in and he points right next door, this was okay for them. It's difficult not to go along with it. If the Ferry Lake Association was 100%, yes, we love it, makes sense, go for it, that would weigh heavily. I know the Lake Association's comments weigh very heavily on this council. The fact that 90%, it wasn't 90% of the people that said, yes, we all need these docks. There was a significant number of the residents that said they didn't want the docks. That gives me pause. And the large number of people that, the 101 names that said they didn't want it, makes me pause. What would I be comfortable with? I personally would be comfortable with 2 of the docks, not 3. I think that's not unreasonable. So I don't know how I'm going to vote on this, and we'll see how it plays out from here. So I'll go to Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Stone. So I concurred with Councillor Morrison I think what you were saying was conditional on, and there were a couple of very serious conditions. And so one of them was the representation of those who support moving the dock, swim dock, or whatever. For me, I think that is a really important feature, and I think that you're absolutely right. The new developer, Claude, could sell it tomorrow, and we don't have that right now. So that very clearly is important. I also take the comments from at one point I thought the Fairy Lake Association was supportive of the new concept, which was a good thing. It's great. I think you're absolutely right, Chair Stone. We really value the comments from the lake associations. And so it was a bit surprising that they actually had some serious concerns. And I don't know what would happen when phase 2 goes forward, and if they do come forward with another application for another dock, which they might. So then we are in a bit of a pickle. So I'm kind of concurring with what you're suggesting, Chair Stone, which is I'd be supportive of 2 docks. And maybe leaving the swim dock where it is. Because the issue, and whether or not the new location is great, and I'm sure it is, but the current location of the swim dock is what the residents enjoy. So I don't know. That's where I think I might be sitting.
Any other comments from council? It's Councilor Cloutier.
Yes, there you do. Like I said earlier, I can support 2 docks, the one in front of the pool and the one next to it. The one closest to the swim area, no. You have a seating area down there in behind, even though it can't be seen from the water. But you have a seating area, so there'd be more of a quiet area for people to go swim, sit in that seating area, a little bit quieter than the busy area up by the pool and with your boats up there. So that, if you come back, I could support that, and then we can still leave the swim dock there. That's if you want to, if you can or whatever later, that's your thing. But right now you could leave the swim dock there, get rid of the one, and kind of leave a quiet area down at that end, and then have your busier area up by your pool area where it is now, and you get your 2 sets of slips.
Councilor Clark.
Thanks, Chair Stone. Last comments for me. Even if we were to consider less docks or a smaller number of boat slips, we still wouldn't know how the condo corp would feel about it, or if that would be acceptable or not to their association, and we still wouldn't know if the Fairy Lake Association would support it. So I think we have to make a decision based on what we are looking at in front of us here today.
Councilor Morrison.
Sorry, Chair Stone, I just had a thought, and I hate to do this to the developer or the applicant, but it almost sounds like this needs to be done in conjunction with phase 2. Like an overall plan, because we have no idea what's going to go at phase 2. Or I'm totally in favor of approving the 2 docks with the swim dock. I'd do that today. But if that's not amenable, maybe it's an overall shoreline development plan for both phases with a shared services agreement, so we know what's going to be there in total.
I'll ask the applicant to make a comment. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would just comment on Councillor Morrison's thing around, making it conditional on phase 2. We don't know what the timing is on phase 2. It could be a year from now. It could be 5 years from now. We need a solution in, a shorter period of time. So, I think we would be amenable to an approval from council, and maybe I'm going out on a limb here without speaking to some of my other members of the dock committee, is to, get approval today. So at least we can start thinking about it for 2 docks, right? And just like you amended the motion on the previous one and said, come back with an amended motion. So, be happy with that, Kim? Yeah, just got to get approval from my boss here, the president of the condo corp, before I speak on behalf of everyone. But I think we would be amenable, and we could, work something with our community around maybe sharing some slips or something like that. We could think of creative ways, but frankly,
if it puts you on the spot, we can defer this till next month.
Or just approve it, just do your approval thing today, because next month gets tricky. People start.
All right, then, Mayor Alcock?
People start going away and
I think, so I think it's clear that I would move an amendment that would decrease the number of docks from 3 to 2 and leave the swim dock in its current location.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Morrison? Sure, go ahead.
But if we're putting that forward, I'd like to see the one, make sure that the only two that they're putting in is by the swimming pool and the one next to it, and the one down by the swim dock, it be removed.
could I get Kim Underwood to speak, please, on
Sure.
Chair Stone? Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm Kim Underwood, president of the Condo Corporation and part of the chair of the Boat Dock Committee. Thank you very much for all this help today. We're trying to get this put through. We've been at this now for 3 years, and Manir has been a wonderful chair for our committee. So we're thinking 2 docks and a swim dock. What is the possibility of moving that swim dock over to the shared facilities area and leaving the 2 docks on Waterfront's property and eliminating the third? Because we've talked to Claude, he's been out there. We just have to get approval for that application to leave the swim dock out at the point where Teresa actually said earlier, it's a good location for a dock because of light boat traffic and safety. You know, that way it isn't near where the boat docks are going to be. It's completely out of the way, 140 yards away from its original location. If that's possible, that really makes sense. As far as developing in front of the pool, that's going to cost us probably an extra $130,000 to landscape, to put walkways down, granites down, start moving a few shrubs, and dealing with the heavy granite stone that's down there. That's a very expensive area to put a dock. If we leave the docks where the swim dock is and in that little cove that Manir mentioned in the middle intact, and put the swim, that's a boat slips that is, and put the swim dock over at the far point on the shared facilities area, it would work very nicely. Claude, sorry, go ahead.
All right, I'll let Monty follow up first.
All right, so if you're doing this, I'd like to come back then. I'm sorry to make you have to come back, but I'd like to come back with the agreement with the property owner, the existing property owner, that it's okay to move the swim dock to that location, and then your other 2 over. What I'm looking at is for the people that are swimming, that they don't have the boats backing in and out and,
that's right.
and in that area. So if that swim dock, if your condo corp is happy, your people are happy with moving it over, not just the 70%, but I'd like to see a pretty good number, move it over and get rid of the one then at the pool and do the other 2 in the alcove, kind of. They're tucked away in a little bit more, but it's safe for swimming in the other area. But I'd like to see something in writing that it's going to get done in May, not when they develop.
Well, we could come back as soon as possible with the next application for the swim dock to be moved in that area to council. And we're prepared to pay for it. Claude has given us his permission. He's given it to us in writing. He's gone to his legal counsel and they agreed upon that area. It's just a matter of having it approved by council to move the swim dock into that location. It's a perfect location, very slow boat traffic, and away from where our other docks will be, where the boats are. And even Teresa mentioned that'd be a perfect location for a dock. A dock has been there in that location since 1952 to go to the restaurant, and again later on. And that swim dock, by the way, is portable, so that would be moved into Cookson's Bay in the off season so it doesn't get damaged. It's a perfect location. And as far as the vote, you keep mentioning 70%. Let me tell you about the vote. We had full attendance for that vote. There are 34 people involved in our corporation, all attended the vote. It was a wonderful quorum. We had 23 people in favor of our vote, 9 not in favor. So if you do the math, I don't think it's exactly what you're talking about today. So the vote, and there was 2 that could not vote because of condo law prevented them from voting because of arrears. Okay? So I think we had, if you do the math, I think it's not 30% not in favor. I think it's maybe even less than that.
Because if they don't vote, so we had one person abstain, we had two that couldn't vote because of the reasons
Arrears.
because they were in arrears. So it counts as a no vote, right?
Okay,
These
so
are the percentages.
that conversation is done now.
Okay,
Council's deliberating how we want to proceed.
okay.
All right, so, can you speak to your amendment and what you,
I actually echo what Councillor Cluche said. I'm happy to consider that moval. I just made up a word.
Relocation.
The moving of the dock to the proposed location. What I would like to see though, in the amendment, conditional on the agreement being signed.
Okay.
Right?
Right.
Because that's the concern from my perspective. I think as Councillor Morrison alluded to, we love whatever, Claude has every good intention.
Yeah.
But until it actually is in writing, that's the critical part.
and we can include that in the amendment?
Yep.
Yep. Councilor Schumacher.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess I'm in favor. So we're looking at, I pretty much concurred, that's why I didn't really speak, but so we were looking at 3 boat dock slips and a swim dock. Now we're down to 2. But I know I'm kind of with Councillor Cloutier there in the one right in front of Edgemere. I don't know if that's the majority of people that don't want it, but it's that for me, I'd like to hear from the ones that are right there because that's sort of the noise right there, right in front of where you're over towards the pool and everything. People are a little further away from the condo. So my thought is, and from what I've heard from some of the ones who are against it, those of you in Rosewood, whatever, that have boats and you come down, but you're further away from the noise and everything that you hear. So that's just
All
my.
right, a quick response?
Can I
Quick
comment?
responses of the people in front of Edgemere. There's 9 units in that building. 7 voted in favor of it and 2 voted against. So
And
it's the 2 that are voted against that have been vocal. The other ones, just voted in favor.
All right. Hang on. We're working on the paperwork. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break, but all stay within hail. I have to read the original motion first, so moved by Mayor Alcock, seconded by Councillor Morrison. Be it resolved that Planning Council approve community planning permit application CPP 128, 2024 HTE, the purpose and effect of which is to provide relief from subsections 4.2.2, 2.4.4 of the community planning permit bylaw 2022-97 as amended. To increase the permitted cumulative width of shoreline structures and shoreline activity areas on the lot from 42 meters to 62.5 meters, to accommodate existing structures and areas and 3 new docking facilities, and increase the maximum permitted number of 2-meter wide pedestrian pathways within the shoreline buffer from 1 to 3. All to permit the development of 3 docking facilities to accommodate up to 18 boats and 2 pedestrian pathways in the shoreline buffer on the lot, conditional on development being undertaken in accordance with conditions as listed in amendment number 10 to report DEV 2024-93. That was the original motion. We're going to set that aside. And I have an amendment. Moved by Mayor Alcock, seconded by Councillor Morrison. Be it resolved that Planning Council substitute motion DEV 2024-93, CPP 128, 2024 HTE, MSCC 91-727 Grandview Drive for the following. Be it resolved that Planning Council provisionally approve community planning permit application CPP 128-2024 HTE, the purpose and effect of which to provide relief from subsections 2.4.2 and 2.4.4 of the community planning permit bylaw 2022-97 as amended. 2. Increase the maximum permitted cumulative width of shoreline structures and shoreline activity areas on the lot from 42 meters to 62.5 meters to accommodate existing structures and areas and 2 new docking facilities. Increase the maximum permitted number of 2-meter wide pedestrian pathways within the shoreline buffer from 1 to 3. All to permit the development of 2 docking facilities to accommodate up to 12 boats and 2 pedestrian pathways in the shoreline buffer on the lot. Conditional on plans being submitted to the satisfaction of the town indicating 2 docking facilities only, 1 located between the patio and pool, and 1 located in front of the pool, and number 2, that a community planning permit application be approved for the adjacent lands to authorize the relocation of the existing swim dock onto the lot. And further that, upon the conditions of provisional approval being fulfilled in accordance with subsection 1.17 of the Community Planning Permit Bylaw 2022-97, as amended, a Class 3 community planning permit be issued to authorize the above-described development conditional on development being carried out in accordance with the conditions as listed in Attachment 10 to report DEV 2024-93. Are there comments or questions? It's just council right now. All right, we've got a bunch of hands. Councillor Morrison.
The only question I have is, do we need to put anything in there under item 2 that that the development run concurrently, that they're all being done at the same time, or is it just understood? Maybe Richard, if you can say, like, is that? I just want to make sure that the docks don't get installed and then the swim dock is 2 summers later.
That is a very good question. Through you, Mr. Chair, the way we have it currently written is they would just have to get approval for a community planning permit application. That doesn't necessarily bind them to having to build that swim dock or relocate that swim dock. So I don't have an answer on how to pin down what you're looking for with the conditions that we can apply.
I guess from a planning perspective, I mean, we're limited on what we can do when it's 2 different properties, right? They're not owned by the same people. So
Right.
even Director Maxwell, is there something we put in that the application to be dealt with concurrently, or that the applicant undertake to have it all done under one time frame?
Go ahead, yeah.
Thank you, Chair Stone. At the way the CPP bylaw is written, we can apply conditions. However, I don't know that there's a condition that can be put in place that would be able to address that ultimately.
Okay, Richard?
Yeah, I don't think that we can have a condition to require them to build it by a certain time. So I don't think that's possible. I am hearing just from the applicant that we do have the locations wrong in our wording. So if that's something we could change, it sounds like it's one swimming or one dock facility in front of the patio and one docking facility between the patio and the pool.
One located between the patio and pool, one located in front of the pool.
Yeah, in front of the pool one is the wrong one.
Is that right?
The front of the pool one is the one that's wrong. So it's,
Go ahead.
sorry, Chair Stone. So it's the, where the swim dock is existing would be replaced with one of these docks. Yeah. And then the one in front of the pool is not going to be there. It'll be where the, so, yeah.
All right, so how do we change that? It's down here.
Does that make sense? Yeah. No. No, because one, but there's an existing one that goes down to the one spot, so we should be okay.
Okay, so. Where the existing swim dock is located. All right, so I'm going to read the conditional on again. Conditional on, plans being submitted to the satisfaction of the town indicating 2 docking facilities, one located between the patio and pool, and one where the existing swim dock is located. Councillor Cluche?
I don't think where the existing swim dock is located, it's, well, yes, the existing, like what I'm looking at is the first 2.
That's
Right? Not where the one that we're moving, right?
Yeah.
You're not putting one where the dock that's being moved.
Yes, we are.
Oh, you want one over there?
No, that's not a.
Oh, that's there, that's there.
That's a swim dock.
Oh, that's the swim dock. Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Confused there a little bit, but anyways.
All
Late,
right,
long
so
day.
are we clear on location? Mayor Alcock?
Yes, I'm clear on location. Thank you, Chair Stone. I do have a quick question, though.
Yep.
Since the first proposal that was presented before us today was put to a vote by the membership, is this something that you also need to put to a vote? I'm just curious as to your process. This change.
No, we don't.
No.
You don't.
Okay. Councillor Clark?
Thanks, Chair Stone. So yes, the number of docks will be reduced, which is good. But this amendment doesn't change the fact that the Ferry Lake Association hasn't endorsed it or had the opportunity to weigh in on any proposed changes. So I'm a no for that reason.
Okay. All right, any more comments about the amended motion? And everyone noticed that Councillor Schumacher had to leave, but we still have quorum. Councillor Renwick?
Thank you, Chair Stone. And I'll be very brief. I just want to comment on something that you said earlier about the fact that if another application comes before us and it could be in the new location, we're going to deal with those individually, right? So any application that comes to us in regard to what Ferry Lake Association has said as well, that we will deal with it as an individual application and we're not just going to say, well, because they did it, we're going to do it. So just a reminder to the public listening that we do look at things individually. So, and I know you understand
Absolutely.
that too. So,
Yep.
Thank you.
All right. I see no other hands. I'm going to call the motion. All in favor of the amended motion? All opposed? And that carries. All in favor of the motion as substituted? All in favor? All opposed? And that carries. Thank you. Oh, my God. All right, folks, if you're leaving, can you do so quickly? We are moving on to the Crescent Bay application. And anyone who's in Partners Hall, we do have chairs available now. All right, let's go, people. If you're leaving, leave. Let's go. Out. All right. Those of us who have enjoyed being here for 5 hours so far, let's knuckle down and get her done. Richard.
So this next application is Community Planning Permit Application 133, 2024. So through you, Mr. Chair, the subject property is located at 295 Highway 60. The lands are designated urban shoreline residential and are within the Huntsville urban area in the Huntsville official plan. The lands are also contained within the urban shoreline residential precinct in the community planning permit bylaw with a previous zoning exception R40454, and they're also below the natural constraint 2 overlay. So before I discuss the applicant's proposal, a bit of historical context should be reviewed. On February 10th, 2021, Planning Committee considered site plan agreement application SPA 123-2020, which was to amend an existing site plan agreement to permit construction of a 53-unit condominium development consisting of 4 multi-dwelling residential buildings. As noted in staff's report to Planning Committee at that time, all buildings were to be 3 stories in height, with buildings 1, 2, and 3 containing 14 units each, and building number 4 containing 11 units. You can see just on this aerial photo from 2023, you can see actually the footprints of buildings 1, 2, and 3 already under construction. An existing site plan agreement is registered against the title to the lands, which dates back to November 1988. This agreement contemplates a similar condominium development, also with 4 3-story multiple residential buildings, but with only 49 units overall. That 1988 development also contemplated lake filling, which is no longer feasible, hence application SPA 123-2020 was submitted. All setbacks applicable on the lot are as outlined in a detailed schedule, which was approved as part of a zoning bylaw amendment passed in 1987. This schedule is referenced in previous zoning exception R40454 and still applies to the subject property under the community planning permit bylaw. On August 30th, 2023, conditional building permits were issued to permit construction of buildings and structures on the lands in accordance with approved plans, while rights of ways and the site plan agreement amendment was being finalized, conditional on all outstanding matters being satisfactorily addressed prior to August 1st, 2024. So on screen is a copy of the approved landscape plan for this development. On it, you can see building number 4, cited in its approved location. You can also see on this plan a row of existing vegetation and proposed planting between building number 4 and the lake. Building number 4's proximity to Fairy Lake is permitted in previous zoning exception R40454. There was much discussion between town staff and the applicant respecting how building number 4 could interface as appropriately as possible with the shoreline in this location. in consideration of current day shoreline development policies. The application before you is to address the location and design of a retaining wall structure in front of building number 4, which was not sited or constructed in accordance with the approved plans. As designed, the wall would support a 3-story building with 1 below-grade floor, range in height between approximately 1.5 meters to 3 meters, and be set back approximately 3.6 meters from the water's edge at its closest point. So just to highlight this area, the shoreline in front of building 4 is shown on this landscape plan, and the as designed wall is shown integrated with the foundation of building 4. The as designed location of the wall, as I said, is integrated with the foundation of building number 4 to comply with applicable front yard setbacks and height provisions. The wall can be seen on the approved plans along the foundation of building number 4, as I just said. As built, this is what the wall looks like. There have been many pictures taken of this wall. Due to geotechnical concerns respecting proximity of the building to the water and slope stability, an alternative retaining wall was designed and constructed on the lot. This as-built wall was constructed without prior consultation or authorization from the town. Rather than a concrete retaining wall designed to be integrated with the building number 4's foundation, the as-built wall is a steel sheet pile wall integrated with the wall in front of the parking lot to building 4's west, ranging in height from approximately 2.5 meters to 3.5 meters, set back approximately 1.94 meters from the building's foundation and approximately 0.5 meters to the water's edge at its closest point. Staff from the town's planning and building department and the developer have had many discussions about this as-built wall. The elevation drawing on screen shows building number 4 with the as-built wall in front, which is what the applicant has said they could build, assuming the wall is permitted to remain in its unauthorized location and height. So just to zoom in, so the wall would remain in its location and they would be able to continue building number 4 with this slope treatment behind it. This was not considered ideal given the scale of the wall. Staff requested that the applicant review options to lower the wall to the maximum extent feasible and reestablish a stable vegetated slope between it and the building's foundations, considering bioengineering techniques where feasible to achieve grade transition and planting to attempt to restore the planting treatment contained in the previously approved landscape plans. Rather than exploring this approach and providing plans for staff and council's consideration in this regard, the applicant preferred to pursue the current proposal. To address concerns relating to the design and location of the as-built retaining wall, the applicant proposes to lower the wall by approximately 2.16 meters on the west and approximately 2.32 meters on the east, resulting in the remaining wall ranging in height between approximately 0.32 meters, about a foot, to 1.15 meters. So just to highlight what that would look like, a reduced wall. This is elevation showing, or a cross section from on the east side of the building, west side, and it shows about 2.16 meters wall reduction. And then of course that would leave what would have been a below grade part of the building exposed as a walkout. And as I just said, in connection with this change, the applicant also proposes to lower grades between the wall and building number 4, such that the portion of the building that was previously below grade would be exposed, resulting in building number 4 being a 4-story building when viewed from the water. The application currently before council requests a community planning permit to facilitate the construction of building number 4 as a 4-story, 373 meter square multiple dwelling apartment building containing a total of 11 units and permit a lowered retaining wall to remain in its current location. Variations are required from the bylaw, the community planning permit bylaw, to increase the maximum permitted height from 11 meters to 13.5 meters for building number 4 only, and to recognize the location of the retaining wall ranging in height between approximately 0.32 meters and 1.15 meters from west to east within the shoreline buffer in front of building number 4. It should be noted that the absolute elevation of building number 4 would not change as a result of this application. Additionally, when viewed from Highway 60, building number 4 would appear physically unchanged. The applicant has provided updated landscape plans and engineering plans that incorporate the revisions they propose. They have also provided renderings to demonstrate that what building 4, a lowered retaining wall, and shoreline plantings could look like should council view this application favorably. So just go through a few of those. These are renderings showing exactly what I just noted. So this would be looking at the building number 4 kind of from the southeast, and it would appear as a 4-story building. This is the existing site plan for the development, and this is the proposed revised site plan for the development. I did zoom in a little bit just in case you wanted to see it. So this is the existing, and this is the proposed. So you can just see that the retaining wall has been located closer to the water. This is the existing landscape plan, approved landscape plan. This is the proposed, and I've zoomed in again, showing you what the existing approved landscape plan is, and this is the proposed changes. So you can see in front of building 4, there's patios along the ground floor, and the new retaining wall location, and then plantings shown between that retaining wall and the lake. Looking at the community planning permit bylaw, there are several bylaw variation and permit requirements that need to be dealt with in relation to this proposal, both in relation to the as-built walls, unauthorized location and design, and the proposed height increase. Variations relate to natural constraint provisions, given Fairy Lake is a cold water lake, and there's type 1 fish habitat in front of the property. Variations would also be needed to address shoreline buffer provisions and, of course, building height provisions. Respecting applications that request increased height, permit requirements include the consideration of special criteria. Where a proposed development exceeds height standards, the bylaw notes that the town may authorize a variation provided the proposal is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the official plan, is compatible with the surrounding area, provides community benefits above and beyond those that would otherwise be provided, and provides community benefits that bear a reasonable planning relationship to the increase in height. This provision was not addressed. It's not apparent that any community benefit will be derived from this proposal other than benefits that would typically be provided through a multi-unit residential development. Respecting the variations required, it's noted that the community planning permit bylaw provides a series of tests that must be considered when evaluating variation. Staff's report discusses each of these tests and finds that this application fails to satisfy each. It's noted that the proposal does not conform to relevant policies of the town official plan applicable to building height in the urban residential shoreline designation, which stipulate that the maximum building height in such areas is 11 meters. It's also noted that the plan's policies respecting height variations were not addressed by the applicant. Town official plan policies respecting shoreline buffers and setbacks to cold water lakes and type 1 fish habitat, and development and site alteration in shoreline areas and areas of steep slope were also not met. Policy 3.1.7 of the Huntsville Official Plan indicates that filling, dredging, or other shoreline alteration will be strongly discouraged and necessary approvals must be attained from the appropriate authority prior to any such alterations. In addition, this policy notes that alteration of the shoreline to construct or install erosion control measures will only be permitted where those measures are designed by a qualified professional, provided that the shoreline is maintained in a naturalized state to the greatest extent possible. With respect to steep slopes, policies in the Huntsville official plan generally direct development to be set back from areas of steep slopes and active erosion, with setback distances being determined on site in consultation with the town or through a technical report. It's noted that the as-built wall replaced the area of steep slope entirely. No consultation with the town occurred prior to its construction, and its geotechnical suitability was confirmed following completion. It's also noted that the opinion letters provided respecting the as-built wall only consider its suitability from a geotechnical engineering perspective in relation to supporting building number 4. There appears to have been no consideration for natural constraints or applicable planning policies. District of Muskoka staff provided comments in response to this application, noting that they would not recommend approval. These comments note that the proposal would not appear to conform with their shoreline buffer policies. District staff noted that the retaining wall reduces the extent of area available for the shoreline buffer and necessitates significant alterations of the natural shoreline slopes. As such, they recommend that the applicant revise their proposal to remove or significantly reduce the extent of the proposed retaining wall and to reestablish a naturalized shoreline to the satisfaction of the town of Huntsville. Respecting the provincial policy statement, it's noted that the provincial policy statement contains policies relating to wise use of resources, which include provisions restricting development adjacent to fish habitat and sensitive hydrologic features. It's noted that these policies indicate that development and site alteration will only be permitted in fish habitat in accordance with relevant provincial and federal requirements. This proposal would appear not to meet these provisions as they relate to the protection of sensitive hydrologic features, and there appears to have been no consultation with the province of Ontario and the Federal Department of Fisheries and Oceans to ensure relevant requirements could be met. It's also noted that the retaining wall appears to have been constructed below the static flood elevation for Fairy Lake and was reportedly constructed to address slope stability concerns. Policies in section 3.1.1 of the provincial policy statement note that development should be directed away from hazardous lands adjacent to river, stream, and small inland lake systems, which are impacted by flooding hazards and/or erosion hazards. The application was circulated in accordance with the Community Planning Permit Bylaw and to the Fairy Lake Association. One letter of concern was received respecting the application and has been included as attachment number 6 to my report. The comments pointed out concerns relating to the location and design of the retaining wall and previous plans and marketing materials prepared by the developer, which showed building number 4 as being a 4-story building with walkout basements on the waterfront side. One letter of support was received respecting the application and was included in the staff report. The comments are supportive of the proposal as it will address the perceived ugliness of the wall. Fairy Lake Association comments have been included in attachment 8. These comments note that the sheet pile retaining wall should be completely removed and any portion that is rebuilt should be built to a current standard with respect to building materials and design. The association also requests that as part of the replacement of the wall, drainage must be controlled effectively and parking should be moved back from the water's edge. If these two matters cannot be met, the Fairy Lake Association would not support this application. It's staff's view that the application does not meet the applicable criteria for approval under the Community Planning Permit Bylaw, nor is it consistent with the provincial policy statement. As such, staff is recommending denial of the application. Thank you for listening, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. Now, before I go to the applicant, we have 4 prearranged deputations. The first one is Teresa Ferrante, who I think is joining us from Italy, if she's still awake over there.
Chair Stone, I do see the deputation online. She has not raised her hand, but are you okay with me bringing her
Bring
into
her
the
in.
meeting?
Wake her up.
Okay. So can you hear me?
I can hear you and I can see you. Hi,
Okay.
Teresa.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Okay. I wish to speak to you today about 3 issues. Firstly, given the distance or the difference in elevation between the road Crescent Bay Lane and the parking lot, there will be considerable runoff from the melting snow, and there is only one catch basin in the parking lot. The retaining wall is made of steel and is not permeable, so any water flows, whether they be surface water or underground water, will not flow through the wall. The water will either back up and create a large underground pool that could result in a sinkhole, or it will be diverted to the left or right, causing extensive erosion as it finds its way down to the lake. Neither is a good scenario, which is why non-permeable retaining walls are not environmentally friendly and will inevitably damage the shoreline. Allowing this retaining wall to be even closer to the water just increases the potential destruction along the shoreline. Secondly, building number 4 will be only 3.6 meters away from the water at its closest point and will tower 13.5 meters high on the lakeside. It will loom over the water. The building will dominate the shoreline because there are no tall trees around the building to balance out its height. There is a parking lot to the west, but there are no trees in the parking lot area. The 10 eastern white cedars in front of the parking lot are being planted on top of rocks, so it is doubtful they will even survive. The other tall trees being planted are some distance away to the east of the building. These trees will take about 25 years to reach maturity. So until that time, building number 4 will be standing alone in a wide open space, making it blatantly visible on Fairy Lake. The negative impact on the shoreline landscape will be considerable for the next 25 years, and increasing the height of the building just exacerbates the problem. Thirdly, leaving the retaining wall in its present position means there is so little space between the wall and the water that adequate vegetation cannot be planted to offset the negative visual impact of the wall and the building. Even if the wall is cut down, with the rocks that the developer has placed in this space, it's doubtful any vegetation would survive. From the pictures attached to the planning report, it is quite evident that the reality bears no resemblance to the renderings, and to put any vegetation in front of the wall is nearly impossible. If the wall was moved back to its intended position, it opens up more space to plant adequate vegetation and ensure its survival. I think everyone can agree that the retaining wall is a scar on our shoreline. Most of the vegetation that was in front of the retaining wall has been destroyed, with very little chance of revitalizing it because of the rocks along the water. Building number 4 is allowed only because the 1988 site plan is still valid, despite the fact that it contravenes the present day law requiring a 20-meter setback for a building on the water. The 1988 site plan allows for a 10.6 meter setback for building number 4, about half of what is legal today. Yet the developer is asking that the setback is reduced still further. In fact, building number 4 is only 3.6 meters from the water at its closest point, a setback equal to 20% of what is legal today. This is reprehensible. I have empathy for the developer and the costly mistake that has occurred, but to ask the town to allow the as-built retaining wall to remain is inconceivable. I see this as a private matter to be resolved between the developer and the contractor who built the wall too close to the water. The town should not be involved. Using the 1988 site plan is the developer's right, but the town should not support further concessions. Approving this amendment would be irresponsible, as it violates the intent of the official plan to protect the environment, our shoreline, and preserve the beauty of our lakes.
Thank you very much, Teresa. All right. I'm going to go to our next deputation, Graham Huizinga.
Good afternoon. Oof, legs fell asleep a little bit there. It's a long one today. I'll try to be brief, but there's a lot to go over. As mentioned, this is a 30-plus year proposal in the making. So Graham Huizinga, land use planner with Tulloch Engineering here in Huntsville. I was retained by Teresa Ferrante, who you just heard from, to comment on this proposal that's before you today. And you know, as this committee knows and as staff knows, I consider myself a land development planner. I'm almost always before you supporting or in favor of development, and I consider myself pretty pro-development in general. And in fact, even with regard to this project overall, I was quite pleased when I found out that construction was starting on it, because this property was a bit of a blight on that area in Highway 60, with the footings sitting there for decades, and that property just sitting underutilized. So I was pleased to see it underway. But when I was retained by Ms. Ferrante, and the nature of this application was explained to me, and upon doing some research into the history of the property, I did have significant concerns with the proposal that's before you for consideration today. So as you'll recall, and as Richard mentioned, the development that we're talking about here was approved in 1987 through a site-specific zoning bylaw amendment, which includes property schedules that depict where each of the 4 buildings could be located. There were other changes that got hashed out over time, including individual garage buildings, which are no longer in the picture. They've now been relocated to one location. And that 1987 zoning bylaw amendment carried forward into a 1988 site plan agreement that was also approved by the town, and upon which the development was initiated recently. So again, in 2021, of course, committee was presented with kind of an updated version of that site plan, and there was lots of back and forth, it sounds, between staff and the developers to kind of modernize the proposal to the extent that the town is able to, because of course, as a registered and approved site plan agreement, the developer does enjoy the development rights that those agreements conveyed to them back from 1988. Now, having said that, in my opinion, it's unlikely that if the proposal was put forward today from scratch on a vacant piece of property, that it would be approved in its current form. There are many deficiencies and areas that, of course, I'm sure committee is aware that this would not align with in terms of policy direction from the town. But as I mentioned, the developer continues to enjoy those development rights granted to it through the zoning and site plan. I went out to the property. I viewed the property from my client's property, which is directly abutting the site of Building 4 to the west. I viewed it from the lake, actually. I went out in a canoe and looked at the retaining wall from the water, and I viewed it from Highway 60, as well as looking at aerial photography and the supplied 1988 and 2021 site plans. It looks to me like buildings 1 to 3 have been constructed in general accordance with those plans. I have no concerns with buildings 1 to 3. I do have serious concerns with the Class 3 council variation, which is before you today. You know what the terms of that variation are. We're talking about increasing height from the lakeside and leaving a retaining wall that was installed not in accordance with the approved plans, although it will be cut back in height. It's my opinion, just right up front, that this variation request is inappropriate, and it's my professional opinion that it should be turned down. I'll briefly go into why. As the manager of planning, Richard Clark, noted in his presentation back in 2021, I did review the meeting back in 2021. There's a webcast available online, so I tuned in and listened to that. Thrilling afternoon as well. The original 1988 proposal included lake filling abutting the lake, or abutting Building 4. You know, of course, that is something that would not be approved by the MNR today. So that was one topic I'm sure that staff and the developer engaged with discussions at that time, and that was wisely removed from the proposal. The impact this had on the viability of Building 4 appears to be, to me, that there is now not sufficient separation between the high water mark and the footprint of the building to accommodate the contemplated gentle grade that was shown on the plans contemplated back in 1988. The renderings attached to Mr. Clark's current staff report while I acknowledge that renderings do often employ artistic license, depict a 4-story building facing the water with gently graded and revegetated slope between the footprint of the building and the shoreline. Now, based on the photos that we've seen in Mr. Clark's staff report today, that does not seem to be reflective of reality. That does not seem to be possible. Photos 6 and 7 in the staff report depict how this will be difficult to achieve. As Ms. Ferranti mentioned, it will be quite difficult to install even a single row of plantings between the retaining wall and the water's edge. The water's edge has been hardened with the placement of rock fill. The retaining wall itself is only a few feet away from the water, and of course the water level fluctuates seasonally. It will be very difficult to site plantings in there, in my opinion. I'm not a qualified landscape architect, but just from visually inspecting the area, I can say I'm having a hard time picturing the plantings that were shown in the renderings. And again, I think it's important to highlight that revegetation of the shoreline and shoreline softscaping were big components of what this committee heard from the developer and heard from staff, and what staff had maybe factored into their recommendation of approval of the site plan agreement back in 2021, and what ultimately led to committee's approval of the site plan agreement as well. You were presented with a landscape plan, which Richard highlighted there, which indicated a couple layers or several layers of plantings on the property, and those are no longer possible, at least in front of Building 4. During discussion on the matter, former councillor Jonathan Weeb at the time correctly foreshadowed that he was not convinced Building 4 would remain a 3-story structure, as the extent of the bottom floor's exposure would depend heavily upon the post-development grade. In response, Kenneth Hale, planner for the applicant at the time, indicated that the proponents have no indication of building a 4-story building, nor of requesting further relief from the zoning bylaw. While I understand and empathize, again, I'm a land development planner myself, that land development can be a difficult process and you're often changing things on the fly. It's my view that the applicants are now seeking this additional relief, which does not meet the intent of the town or district's land use policies, to recognize existing site deficiencies instead of heading back to the drawing board and determining how the development can be reconciled with existing approvals and development rights. From a land use planning perspective, this building in particular, or this development in particular, Building 4, is not appropriate, does not respond adequately to the character and environmental protection policies of the town and the district, and should not be approved in its present form. I'll briefly go over, very briefly, the community planning permit and official plan. As Richard mentioned, how am I doing for time, by the way, Mr. Chair? 2 minutes. I can do it, no problem. Thank you. As Richard mentioned in his presentation, the as-of-right maximum height for buildings in the precinct is 9 meters. The requested variation is for a height of 13.5 meters, which is 1.5 times the maximum permitted. And when you take that into consideration, along with the fact that this building is way, way closer than any building should be approved under current policy, both from the CP and the official plan, obviously the impact is magnified. As noted in Richard's staff report, the section 251 of the bylaw contemplates variations to height, and there are certain criteria that have to be demonstrated. It should be consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the official plan, compatible with the surrounding area, provide community benefits above and beyond those that would otherwise be provided, and provide community benefits that bear a reasonable planning relationship to the increase in height or density. I don't believe any of those have been demonstrated to you here today, and I don't believe they can be demonstrated, because to me it seems like this variation request is just a matter of recognizing an existing deficiency that's occurred on the property as a result of development, and not in furtherance of any kind of goal or objective for compliance with policy base. In my opinion, the height increase is a variance of convenience, therefore, which will allow Building 4 to be constructed using the current grade and poured footings, where alternative solutions may be available to accommodate a building that can achieve the 11-meter height. So, by the way, they're permitted 9 meters in the current precinct, but the site plan approval from 88 actually allows them to build 11 meters. So they're already enjoying development rights beyond what they'd be permitted today. That height increase also appears to be a means of realizing the conceptual design of Building 4 that was presented to committee and to prospective purchasers of the units in this building, despite the indication from the proponents in 2021 that the bottom floor of Building 4 was intended to be entirely below grade. It now appears that the bottom floor will be a walkout level on the lakeside, And there are actually floor plans, as was indicated in some of the materials submitted to this committee, available online that indicate that the bottom floor levels were marketed as level units that at least partially have walkout wraparound patios at grade. And that was obviously done prior to engaging in this approvals process. So my concern would be, and this is speculative, of course, but my concern would be that prospective buyers could have been presented with that information and basically bought a unit or been interested in a unit in this building that would never be built the way that it was presented to them. With regard to the retaining wall, section 242 of the bylaw specifies, talks about the vegetative buffer. Again, we've kind of been over that. The vegetative buffer here is greatly interrupted, and there's even less of an opportunity to reestablish it now than there was with the previous approved landscape plan. Again, there's now shown a single row of plantings between the retaining wall and the water. I question whether even that is possible. The official plan briefly, once again, goes over criteria for considerations of increase to height or density. It's the same tests you find in the CP bylaw. Those tests have not been demonstrated to be met. In my professional opinion, I don't believe they can be demonstrated to be met. There's no policy rationale for asking for these increases. The retaining wall, of course, will fly in the face of all the official plan policies, in my opinion, that the town has carefully crafted over the years since 1988 to stop this kind of development from happening, you know, in regards to environmental preservation, establishment and preservation of waterfront character, where in this bay, this development certainly looms over the remainder of the development, and other factors. So in conclusion, I'd like to thank you for the time today. I know it's been a long meeting, but I kind of sped through my notes to be mindful of everybody's time here, but my professional opinion would be that this proposal as it's currently put forth to you should be denied. I do believe the developers have the ability to try to work with their consultants and come up with a plan that allows them to build building 4 in the way that it was anticipated to be built and the way that was presented to committee back in 2021 and that was approved. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll now call on Carol Lou Spiegel.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak to you today. I'm Carol Lou Spiegel and probably the longest resident on Crescent Bay Lane. I have been there for 50 years. My children played there as children, and now my grandchildren are enjoying it. It is a very special part of our life. They have gone down Crescent Bay Lane and enjoyed picking raspberries, wild ones, on the road. Fishing, of course, is part of it. And just enjoying the beauty of Fairy Lake. I want to look at my notes, and what I want to say is Alan Spiegel, who is on the agenda, is my son, and we have conferred on these notes, so I'm speaking for both of us today.
Oh, okay, wonderful.
Okay. So I did talk about my deep connection after having 50 wonderful years here. The development has had a drastic impact on the landscape and the waterfront, as has been talked about today. I'm not going to talk about the technical issues, but I do want to give you a little bit of history. It has been mentioned that this plan has been allowed because of the 1988 development, which undertook the project originally, and I was living there at the time when the development went bankrupt, and then there was a fire, and it has been fallow since then, since this development has been reinstated, hopefully for a positive reason. There has been an easement agreement that was necessary for this development to proceed. The developer was required to have the 9 neighboring properties on Crescent Bay Lane because we had to release our easements because we had a different entrance to the road. The developer took us to court. For that purpose, on December the 2nd, 2022, the developer and parties came to a detailed resolution involving an exchange of easements and some undertakings by the developer. Honestly, it was not a simple process for us, but we did have to come to an agreement. Now the developer is seeking to add another floor onto the building closest to the neighboring residence. That's on Building 4. Teresa spoke to us today. I am her neighbor. The developer has failed to adhere to the timelines they agreed to on this agreement where they were paving the road, and that was agreed for in spring of 2023, and a green barrier for spring of 2023 between them and the neighbors. The neighbors came to this agreement with the developer in good faith based on the specific development plan. Now at the late stage, the developer proceeds to change the plan by enlarging the building and has the greatest impact on the neighbors and the landscape. The building to which the amendment is proposed, as we know, is closest to our property and will have the greatest impact on our privacy. We have seen pictures of the retaining wall. Many of you, I'm sure, have seen it in real life. When I look at it, I feel ill. How did this ever happen? How did we get a metal retaining wall? And it has been talked about how vegetation will be almost impossible to grow. It is a terrible eyesore to the natural beauty of the shoreline and can be seen from across the lake. All we see is the potential of a resting metal wall. And this is our beautiful Muskoka. The impact should be borne by the developers, not on us. The request to appear to be motivated in part by an error of their construction on the retaining wall. The error should not be to the benefit of the development and to the detriment of the surrounding properties. These developers are experienced, very well funded, and sophisticated. The rest of us should not have to pay for the alleged errors. I'm going to say that in closing, the only changes that should be approved is the removal of the unsightly wall and also the setback of Building 4, number 4, as it would have been approved for anyone who would be building today. So let's think about that very seriously when we have decisions to make today, because as you've heard the exact definitions and measurements of where Building 4 is and the impact on the lake and the retaining wall and the impact on the lake and the environment, I leave you with that today as my final comments. And I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. All right, I'll call on the applicants to make any comments about the application. You can take that other chair there too.
Good evening, Chair.
Yeah,
My name's Steve
yeah, it's
Bruno.
good evening,
We're
yeah.
there now. My name's Steve Bruno. It's my partner, Ashley Sood. Address would be 1135 Stellar Drive, Newmarket, Ontario, L3Y38G. Couple of things. Appreciate everybody's comments so far. There's definitely, we are dealing with the 1988 site plan here, and we knew that going in. with respect to the height is maybe something we should talk about, which obviously is a concern, and then we can talk about the location as well. The current height that sits at that wall currently complies under the bylaw today. With respect to cutting it down and us asking for the 4-story, is in regards to some dialogue that we've had with town staff, council, and the public. It's been understood that that wall is relatively ugly and not liked, and we agree. But in order to meet our 11-meter requirements under the 1988 bylaw, that is why the wall is at the height it is. So I just want to make that clear. We're not coming here trying to ask for a 4-story, and we're happy to leave it where it is today, and then just have the window wells for the units that are affected. So and we're well within our agreements of the agreement of purchase and sale to do that with our customers. With respect to the location, I heard that it was a construction mistake. That's actually not correct. In fact, it was a geotechnical engineer's decision to do that with respect to slope stability. But I want to just kind of walk everybody through the process of, how did we get from a marketing plan to a concrete wall to a steel wall to the height that it's at today? Because just to clarify, with respect to the concrete wall that was attached to the footings that was originally designed, that we thought would work, the height was the same. And also respectfully with the location, which I'm addressing now, not all of the wall is in the wrong location. The parking lot actually is in the right location. It's just the little part of the wall that's in front of building 4 that is 34 inches in the wrong location, subject to the site plan that we submitted to the municipality. So really how it works is, when we first pick up a site, we go to market the site. The grading plans are not even close to done. We're doing our best to depict to the public and to the buyers, what we're going to do so that we can enter into pre-sales. And those pre-sales will allow us to get our deposits, which will allow us to enter into our banking agreements, et cetera, et cetera. So it's pretty common that builders go to sale about 2 years before they intend on building and work through the application process, knowing that they have a draft plan approval in place. So that's what we did. We did our best guess to figure out kind of how the grading was going to work, and that was our honest best guess on how it was going to go, and we're pretty close. That being said, there's a clause in our agreement of purchase and sale with respect to grading for things of this nature, where we've sold a purchaser a unit, and they think it's going to be a walkout, and now it's going to be a lookout, and we make that very clear because it's a reputational risk for us. And I want to talk a little bit about reputation. There's 3 things that really come to mind here: is someone coming in, putting a wall 34 inches in the wrong place, getting a huge benefit, and coming and asking for a 4-story, which is not the case here. The reality is we have a reputation to uphold with our homeowners. We have a reputation to uphold to our brand, to the community, and we have a reputation to uphold to town staff. I mean, we don't develop in these municipalities time and time again with repeat projects by being a developer that comes in and just decides he's going to put a wall in the wrong spot. That's not our core values. That's not who we are, and that's not what Calabrex's brand represents. I can empathize with the last deputation with respect to the court, and although not necessarily related to this application, I do want to bring some light to the fact that we did go to court. Under the old agreement, site plan agreement, the district was actually supposed to get the easement signed off, and in return, we were going to bring the sewage capacity to all those homeowners in the area. In the 80s, probably when I was about 3-4 years old, that was actually done, and the pumping station was brought. The services for sanitary services were brought to there, and the district never got the easement signed off. So it was under their responsibility of agreement. And when we came in to do this project, they said, you guys got to go get that done for us because it's not going to be a nice conversation. So in order to satisfy that agreement, that is why we ended up, it wasn't a malicious, we're going to come in and try to attack and sue people. That's just not who we are. So one of the other concerns is we could leave the wall where it is today. We can't change the location of the 34 inches. It's just not possible, and we're not willing to take that liability against our engineers to do that. We should talk about the vegetation in front of the wall. That wasn't a light conversation with York Urbanist. That was a 2.5 hour explain to us how this is going to work, because it comes back to, again, brand and reputation for us to, our homeowners to say, hey, if this wall does get approved to be cut down, or it doesn't, like how is this going to work? Do we have the space? And then they went through a 2.5-hour explanation with Ash and I, explaining us to how the native species will grow, what the combination of mesh and clay that had to go into this mesh in order for the roots to actually plant and go through all the things, in order to actually stay and work, right? And that was really, really important to us. And we have to uphold to those standards within our maintenance agreement. I should also note that I read some comments where the developer is, coming to make his money and then is leaving us for the town forever. We all own units in here and intend to keep them there and have our families up there. So especially living in, any developer knows or builder, living in a community of the homeowners you sold to. It's a very challenging sometimes situation, because when fireplaces need service, you know who they're asking, right? I guess in closing, what I would say is I agree with Mr. Clark's position today on today's bylaw, but we are talking about something here that is grandfathered from the 80s. I should point out that working with staff has been phenomenal since day one, even you, Mr. Clark, and specifically Mr. Nagy's department too, and then the amount of times they've been on site and working with us in this project. We'd be happy to do another project with this municipality. I guess with respect to the height, we have a decision to make. Are we going to cut down the wall and expose the 4th story, or are we going to leave it in place today at that height? And we're I guess at your beacon for whatever you'd like us to do. If there's any questions from councilors, I'd be happy to answer as many as I could.
All right, we'll stay right there. Councilor Morrison.
I apologize. I have a lot of questions, and I do want to go have dinner with my family. But and you guys, unfortunately, are getting the least amount of energy of the day, probably coming so late. But this development concerns me a lot. I feel bad for the staff because they're being asked to use their current municipal brain and deal with a 1988 application. As I think Graham mentioned, there is zero chance if this came to the table today that we would even think about it. Or in 2021, it wouldn't have been done. But here we are. We're dealing with 1988 stuff, and we got to find a way to make it work. The two things I'm concerned about, I hate the wall. I think it's horrible for the lake, and I know you hate it as well. So we agree on that. I want the wall cut down, but I also want to know that we're never going to see the wall again. I want to know that it's going to be covered, and you guys could sell your units one day and leave, and who knows. Yep. So a couple of things. I did reach out to the owner of Sandhill Nurseries, because I think as much as you probably have really good landscape companies, somebody local like him who knows the local community probably can do better. When I did talk to Tim, I said, tell me your thoughts. I need to know the truth. I need to know as much as I can before I make a decision on this. He said, Scott, I reviewed the plan. I wouldn't change a thing. It will absolutely work. It will absolutely cover that wall. They chose native species. They chose the right planting processes. They did everything. If you hired me to do it, they did everything I would do. That made me feel better, because I really am concerned, as a lot of people are, how the heck are you going to vegetate and actually make it stick? I then suggested, I need to give our CAO Denise Corey credit for the idea, but I took her idea and I asked him, well, what about if we want to be extra sure, could we do additional plantings on the top of the wall and have it crawl down to be even more sure that we'll never see that wall again? I don't want to be out on a boat and have to ever see that wall. And he said, absolutely, we could. So I guess two questions I have for you on vegetation. One, would you be willing to go above and beyond and do some top landscaping that it crawls down? And two, to go against the very valid concerns that some of the residents have that if you guys are gone, who's going to maintain the wall? Would you be willing to look at putting something into the Condo Corp's covenants that in perpetuity that wall needs to be covered? And if they have to pay, they have to pay. Is that something you guys can answer?
If it's not already covered in the landscape plan, 100%, anything to cover the wall with respect to planting. Your second question was in regards to the covenants in the condominium plan, and are you coming from it from a maintenance perspective to make sure that we need to actually maintain it, make sure it stays, and if not, it's at the expense of the condominium, just so I'm clear?
Yeah, I'm thinking if like 5 years down the road, somebody boats by and sees this ugly wall again, and they call the town, we know that at least there's some legs in the Condo Corp that they're responsible to maintain it. I'm talking for forever,
Sorry, I'm not taking aside, I'm just making sure it's legal, that I can do it at this time, yeah, so no, yeah, we can do it. I think we can do it. If it's legal, yes, we'll do it. I just want to make sure that 100%, like I can break the docs, the budgets that are in my agreement of purchase, and I'm like 98% sure I can, and if so, 100% I will do it.
To provide a little bit of clarity on this issue, all landscaping on the project would be covered by the condo corp and maintained by such for its entirety.
That's for sure.
So
but
that's
maybe I think what you're asking is specific to the wall, and
the wall would be included because it's part of the project. So.
Okay. Councillor Cluche?
Through you, Chair. I know the wall's ugly. Everybody does. But I think it's a lot better than putting in a concrete wall that in 15 years is going to end up laying in the lake. We've seen that too many times. And if we can cover this, I mean, it's great. And through Councillor Morrison conversations with the landscaper, I think it can be done. But definitely, it's a lot more sustainable doing what was done. Might not be in the right place, I don't know, but legal wise that way. But I mean, it's a lot better solution than putting concrete down there that'll end up falling into the lake.
it didn't. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, okay.
Mayor Alcock?
Thank you, Chair Stone. I'm following up on a couple of the previous comments. One, I agree. I think I can't stand the wall, but and your application is to decrease the height of the wall, so that's a good thing. Two questions in relation to the wall. I think when we had, at one point, I had understood that the reason why you built the wall where it was is it was from an engineering perspective, that your engineer said, oh no, you've got to put it here. And there was no consultation with the town, but for reasons that you had to put it there. So at that time, you were going to provide a letter to that effect to say, and have you provided that letter?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So that, we do have that. Was that in our package? It
Yes, through
probably
you,
was.
Mr. Chair, I can confirm that we did get a letter from a geotechnical engineer
That it
saying-
did have to be located there.
But it just didn't address the design, which is what my
But
concern was.
I think the location was an important piece of that. So if it
It
did, that
it
was.
did state that the location was selected to address geotechnical and slope stability concerns.
Okay, that's good. And you did make, now that you say that, you did mention that. So that's my bad, it's late. I do want to go to the comments about revegetation on the shoreline. And I would never go against what Tim Cantillon says. I think if Tim says it's doable, what I would be curious though, is he saying in its current state with all of that rock, basically, does he have to put more fill there or does he have to add to it in order to make it viable?
I can answer, only because I was the one talking to him, I'll answer that. Yeah, he's aware, he's been there. He knows it's all rubble and rocks in front and everything else. He said the plan is specific to what's there now, and it's specifically what he would do. And he even said, he goes, and make sure the rest of council knows, he goes, I would approve this in a heartbeat. He said, you can use those words. So he has a lot of confidence in it.
Thank you for that. That goes a long way. Thanks. I have another, but that's okay.
All
I
right.
can wait.
Other comments? Councillor Renwick?
Thank you, Councillor Stone, and thank you for the presentation. So I just want to clarify that in this proposal, you're looking at lowering the wall.
That's right.
And with that, the building itself from the water would look like it's 4 stories, but you're really not changing. If the wall hadn't been lowered, it would look like it was 3 stories. So there's no difference in the height that we're talking about at this point. Like you're not adding a story
No,
to it.
that is correct. It's an interpretation of height based on the way that the bylaw is interpreted. So the building stays here. The wall is currently here. We lower the wall. Now that this roof doesn't move, the wall just moves. And as the wall moves, then I go from a 3-story to a 4-story, from specifically 11 to 13.2.
And
Go ahead.
thank you. If I may, just to follow up, it has been a very long day, and thank you to staff for bringing all of these on one day. Thank you for that. I'm being a bit sarcastic, but it's a little bit sarcastic, but it's we're in a pickle, like you said, the mayor said, that it's, the fact that it's only 3.6 meters from the edge of the water, that doesn't sit well with me either. And I think we all agree that it's not the perfect situation, but we're trying to make the best of what we've got. And I'm very sensitive to the other people that we've had speaking today, and in particular Teresa that came from all the way from Italy. I'm aware of that and I'm very cognizant of that, but I think going forward, I'm hoping that we can come up with some kind of agreement or some kind of way to move forward. So I'm happy to look at that.
Councillor Morrison?
Just follow up on that. Teresa did reach out to me, and I had some really good engagement with Teresa. She has some very valid concerns. And on her invitation, she was in Italy, but I was able to trespass her property and just checking out. And I will say, from her property, if I'm looking over to the side, the wall coming down, it's not going to make a difference. Like from the side, from three sides, this is still the same as it always has been. From the lake, yes. From the lake, you're definitely going to see that walkout basement. But it's not going to affect anybody's view from anywhere on either of the other three sides. And I'd like to say, like, it's us as council and staff, we want that wall down. I'd rather see the wall down, because I think you're discussing two options. Bring the wall down, but you're going to see a walkout basement. Leave the wall where it is. You're not going to see the basement, you're going to see this ugly wall. And the higher the wall is, the harder it will be to vegetate and maintain over the years. So if I had a choice between looking at a walkout where somebody's sitting on their patio having a coffee, or this ugly wall even with the vegetation, it's an easy decision for me. And I don't think, I mean, at the end of the day, you guys have made some mistakes. I think you'll admit that. There's been some mistakes along the way, and I think I heard that one of the gentlemen involved with the wall is no longer with us. He's since passed. So there's a lot of institutional knowledge that hasn't been passed on. Not using that as an excuse, some stuff might have been able to happen different. But I don't think there's any malicious intent from the developers here. And I want the public, it's easy to see a developer as somebody with malicious intent. I have no regard for, that's going to sound bad. I'm not making a decision based on your owners that are buying your units. That's not my main concern. I'm not making a decision based on the developers making any money. I want to make my decision based on the greater good for the community. I want to look 5, 10, 15 years down the road and say the decision we made at this table today was the right one. And that's why I'm having so much trouble with it. So if I had to make a decision, if I'm looking on the lake 15 years from now and I happen to see some people in their lower level walkout having a coffee, I'm going to be a lot happier with that than looking at a retaining wall that's way bigger than it should be. So that's where I'm coming from. Nothing to do with your people being happy. I hope they are, but it really has to do with where that's at. And I did want to address one last thing, and I'm done. The fact that the reason, from what I understand from talking to Mr. Nagy, the reason that when the wall comes down, that those basement units get exposed is because of the grading issues. And apparently when the wall does come down to that site, it's actually not possible to grade it from the window wells out. It has to be dug out, and that's the reason that the walkouts would exist. Is that correct, or am I off on that?
That's a interesting way of explaining it, but you're correct. Yeah, it's if we're dropping the grade here and we're keeping the grade here, what it does is it makes a slope do this, and water runoff over the wall, etc. And it doesn't comply with the grading plan, and our engineers confirmed it doesn't comply because we actually tried to make that happen. We said in the event we cut down the wall, because actually the unit that actually was sold on the southeast corner always walked out from the side. It never walked out from the front. It always walked out from the side, and it always will walk out from the side. So it's the windows get bigger. It went from a window well to a bigger window when the wall gets dropped down, which I'm sure they'll be happy about. But yes, it is correct that it is.
Richard, you have a comment?
Just a few points of clarification. Just in hearing the discussion, I just feel like it should be reiterated that it's not just the height of the wall that is the issue. It's its location. So it was built in an unauthorized location. It doesn't meet current standards. It's within the setback to type 1 fish habitat, in the setback to a cold water lake. And it was designed basically just to, I guess as Mr. Hazinga said, it just out of convenience, really, not really in consideration of the constraints. So it's not just the height, it's the location. Second, I just wanted to clarify, so from a vegetation in front of the wall perspective, the applicant did provide a detail showing how that could work, and it appears that it would work. Basically, they remove some of the rock and they put in planting areas for the vegetation to grow in, and then those trees and shrubs can grow in those areas. So I'm not concerned about some vegetation being able to grow in front of the wall. It's just whether or not it's enough and whether or not the wall should be in that location or should be that design. There's plenty of walls that can be built using bioengineering techniques as opposed to steel retaining walls. So those are some of the questions that we have to think about. There was some suggestion that it was planned as a concrete wall, and that concrete wall might not have been sustainable in the long run. Just to point out, we do have the chief building official here today, so he can answer any questions about that. But the concrete wall would have been built, and then it would have had backfill in front of it. So it would have been integrated with the foundation. So it wouldn't have been a situation of it crumbling and falling into the lake or anything like that. So just to be clear. And then I think that's all.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go to Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Chair Stone. So I don't think there's any doubt around here today there was errors made with the location and construction of the wall. There seems to be some point of contention as to how much responsibility was the developers. But either way, it certainly doesn't represent what we want to see on our lake. So I think the important question to ask is, well, why should a mistake that was made force us to make a bad situation worse? And regardless of the reasons or excuses, the developer should have followed proper procedures. And that didn't happen. As a council, we need to ensure that development that's being done in Huntsville is being done right. We also need to ensure that developers are being held accountable and doing what they agreed to do. How can I support this applicant? I don't know. I'm not sure how I can.
So I'd like to know, how far is it going to get cut down? Right down to those rocks? And we're still going to have a parking lot up high right at the waterfront?
That's basically correct.
Does that have to be the case?
So it's it would be a 2.16 meter reduction in the wall height on one side, and based on the grading plan, a 2.3 meter reduction on the east side. So that would leave a 0.32 meter wall exposed on the west side and a 1.15 meter wall on the east side. So if that helps, it wouldn't be reducing it right to grade.
So if we deny this right now, what would the next steps be? We wait for something from the applicant, is that correct?
So denial of this application would mean that we're not approving the wall in its as-built location. If there's an engineering concern that needs to be addressed, the applicant would have to discuss that engineering concern with us and have to work on a solution that would address an appropriate location and an appropriate design for that wall before proceeding.
All right, Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Stone. And just to follow up on what you just said, Richard, could that further work consider the applicant's request today in the sense of reducing the size of the wall to whatever, 1.5 or whatever it is, what you just said, in its current location as one of the options, but with some of the ideas that you had considered as well? I don't know. Or is it, if we deny today, the only other option is the removal of the wall and changing the location? I'm wondering how flexible we can be on the further discussions around it.
It's a very good question. So through you, Mr. Chair. So are you Are you asking if there's other alternatives than a denial to be considered that might address some of the concerns that have been heard so far?
Yeah.
Okay, so some of the concerns that we've heard relate to the location of that wall and its design. So there's been suggestions that the wall needs to be removed and replaced from the Lake Association, for example, and also from the District of Muskoka. So one way you could proceed is with a provisional approval relating to the location of the wall within the shoreline buffer and within all the setbacks to type 1 fish habitat, but providing that that wall gets appropriately redesigned and potentially even not relocated, you're going to approve the location, but redesigned to a suitable design, basically a suitable height and a suitable design based on a proper evaluation of the constraints and that tight area in front of building 4. So and if they can't redesign it, then basically that provisional approval is null and void and they're back to square one. But it is a potential approach that you could provide.
Councillor Morrison?
I kind of am in line with what Mayor Alcock's thinking a bit of trying to find a compromise here. The only problem for me, I don't think I'm qualified to ask for a wall to be moved if engineers have said it shouldn't be, and if that's the only safe and suitable place for it. I don't know if it's great for the environment for us to rip out a wall that's there and put in a different wall. I'm thinking environmental concerns, does that make any sense? I don't know, I'm not qualified to speak to that. But what I want to know more of is the errors that led us here. If I can speak to the applicant a bit, you talked about the concrete wall not being suitable, and then you fast forward, and maybe there wasn't enough notification done, but you ended up with this wall based on engineers' advice. I don't think there's any benefit to you guys to have this ugly wall. So it's not like you're benefiting from the wall, other than the height is giving you a height of your building, but you could put a concrete wall with that height and get the height of your building. So this ugly wall didn't benefit you in any way. Why did you do it, and how did you get there?
Good question. Sorry, I was elaborating on that earlier and I got sidetracked. So I did. So it was originally we thought none. Then it went to that we were going to be able to put, with our engineer SWS at the time, was to put a concrete wall that was going to tie into the foundation. And at that time, whether the cost is relevant or not, it was about $200,000 over budget of what we thought. So we said, okay, well, it is what it is. We got to design this wall. It's got to comply. We knew the grade. We submitted it to Mr. Nagy's department, et cetera, et cetera. We went on site before, of course, we're close to the water. We go on site. Soil Eng goes there. They do their borehole testing. They come back to us. They said 0% chance you're putting in that concrete wall. You're getting the slope stability and the soil conditions won't allow it. And we said, well, what do we got to do? Well, we got to design a new wall. Okay, well, what's going to work there? Well, I don't know. We've got to find refuse. So that wall that's there is maybe 7 feet above the ground. It's 40 feet deep, right? To get to what they would call refuse. And how they test, so that was the second step. I shouldn't get ahead of myself. Then the third step is when the actual contractor is on site, Soil Eng is present. So your geotechnical engineer is present on site. So I don't want to call it a mistake as much as just this is the process of putting in a sensitive wall like this. So the geotechnical engineer was on site. What ends up happening is the guy's there, he bangs in with his excavator a pile to see, okay, where's it going to grab? Where is it going to grab? And that's where they get down to refuse. That's where they came up with the determination that it needed to be 34 inches further out in order for it to have refusal. And that is where they deemed that there would be slope stability and that the building would be able to be retained and not fall in the water. So there really is no other solution unless Mr. Clark knows of one, which would be news to me and the engineers. This was a lengthy process for us. And with respect to the communication with the municipality, all I have is minute meetings from my executive team that states that there was communication always back and forth. Unfortunately, that guy did pass away and we have no access to his email. However, this is not, I just want to make it like there was 10 building inspections that occurred while this wall was getting put in. We're never trying to hide it, is what I'm saying. We're always in conversation. We always planned on putting a retaining wall. Everyone knew that we were trying to put a concrete retaining wall in there, and it didn't work. And subject to the end of it, the height of the wall would not have changed. So, to your point, sir, about the ugly concrete wall or the steel wall, there's no way of getting that concrete wall down to refuse, and we didn't learn that until the geotechnical investigation on the specifics of that wall happened when we were going to pour the foundations of building 4. So I hope that adds the clarity to your question.
And I just wanted to speak to the location. So the location of the retaining wall that's on the water side of the parking lot, that has never changed. So the location, if you look at the site plan, I don't know to depict it, Richard, if you have the ability to show one of the pictures in your report, but it does show the location of the wall just on the south side of the parking lot. That location for the wall was approved and to that height. So that was built as per our approval. And it shows there that, yeah, and maybe we could zoom in on that area with that great device you got there. So in front of the parking lot, the retaining wall never changed from what was approved and what was built, the location and height. The only thing that changed was when you go to the east side in front of building 4, they found that there was not appropriate bearing where it steps in towards the north, towards building 4. That's where the issue was. So they had to continue it straight, and that was the only difference. So the current height in front of building 4 is built as per the approval, which would have given window wells instead of a walkout condition, which is fine. We're okay with that. So that's why the height is what it is.
All right, council. What do we want to do? Councilor Renwick?
Chair Stone, do we have another motion? That's potential.
We have a whole bunch of scenarios that we were might go this way, might go that way. So I don't want to drag this out any longer. We're going to take a 5-minute break and talk about possibilities. Sorry about that, people. So I need a mover and a seconder. All right, so. All right, and Morrison?
Wait, this is, that's the motion as substituted, this is
You okay? All right. We're gonna see what happens with this one. Moved by Mayor Alcock, seconded by Councillor Morrison. Be it resolved that Planning Council substitute motion DEV 2024-94 CPP 133-2024 HTE Crescent Bay Club Group LP 295 Highway 60 for the following. Be it resolved that Planning Council provisionally approve a portion of Community Planning Permit Application CPP 133-2024 HTE. The purpose and effect of which is to provide relief from subsections 2.4.2, 2.15.6, and 2.15.7 of the Community Planning Permit Bylaw 2022-97 as amended, to recognize the location of the retaining wall within the shoreline buffer on the lot and permit construction of a 3-story, 373 square meter multiple dwelling apartment building and lowered and/or redesigned retaining wall. Conditional on plans being submitted to the satisfaction of the town of Huntsville to show the following: lowered and/or redesigned retaining wall prepared by a qualified professional, appropriately addressing visual impacts and natural shoreline constraints. This one doesn't have that one. Yeah. This is the one.
It's this one.
No, no.
It's this one.
No?
It's this one.
Oh.
It's that one.
All right. Sorry, we got too much paper here. I'm going to go back a little bit. Okay. So I'm going to the be it resolved, and I'm going down to recognize the location of the retaining wall ranging in height between a maximum of 0.32 meters on the west and 1.15 meters on the east within the shoreline buffer on the lot, and permit construction of a 3-story multiple dwelling apartment building and lowered and/or redesigned retaining wall. Conditional on plans being submitted to the satisfaction of the town of Huntsville to show the following: lowered and/or redesigned retaining wall prepared by a qualified professional, appropriately addressing visual impacts and natural shoreline constraints. Vegetation comprised of native species to be reestablished between the wall and the shoreline and along any sloped areas between the wall and the building foundation. And the owner entering into an amending agreement with the town to be registered on title to the lands, including provisions for financial securities and terms satisfactory to the town to require implementation of approved plans and shoreline and slope revegetation works. And further that, upon the conditions of provisional approval being fulfilled in accordance with subsection of 1.17 of the Community Planning Permit Bylaw 2022-97, as amended, a Class 3 community planning permit be issued conditional on the development being carried out in accordance with the community planning permit, including final plans and drawings prepared to the satisfaction of the town of Huntsville, all exterior lighting being dark sky compliant and in accordance with the town of Huntsville Outdoor Lighting Bylaw 2016-3 as amended, and appropriate erosion and sediment control measures must be installed prior to commencement of any works and maintained until disturbed areas have been stabilized, and all disturbed areas being stabilized and restored to existing conditions or better immediately upon completion of the works. And further, that Planning Council deny a portion of the Community Planning Permit Application, CPP 133-2024 HTE, the purpose and effect of which is to provide relief from Section 1.9 of the Community Planning Permit Bylaw 2022-97 as amended, to increase the maximum permitted height from 11 meters to 13.5 meters to permit a 4-story multiple dwelling apartment building containing a total of 11 units. Comments or questions? Counselor Clark.
Thanks, Chair Stone. Very quickly, I understand why council's trying to make this work, but I don't agree. It doesn't go far enough, and I don't think the developer is being held accountable fully. We're looking for ways for a compromise and capitulating to a developer. This motion doesn't put enough responsibility back onto the developer. I think it also sends the wrong message to other developers that they won't be held accountable by the town of Huntsville. There's no way I'll support this.
Okay. Counselor Morrison?
I concur with Councillor Clark about accountability. And the spitefulness part of me wants to say, you guys screwed up, you should have been more communication, tear down the wall, move it 34 inches, put it in its right spot. But guess what? When the wall's done, it's still the same height. This is our only chance to help our community out by getting that wall cut down. And I had just a chance with a friend of mine over there that lives on Fairy Lake, one of the most beautiful pieces of Fairy Lake. And I've been on that land. And I said, what would you rather as a resident? Do you want to look at a wall with the ceiling, the roof where it is? Or the roof exactly the same spot and the wall cut down and looking at some people in the walkout basement? And Nancy said, rather see the wall cut down. I've got more complaints about the size of the wall, none about the location. So my duty to the people that are calling me is to get the wall cut down. It's the only chance we have. And I agree with Corey, it does present a slippery slope. I think you guys should have called Chris the minute that you guys knew it was going to be a steel wall. There was a mistake made there. But I don't want to be vindictive and punish you guys and then end up punishing our community at the same time. So that's why I can get behind this, and that's the reason I support it fully and want to move on with it. Now, the only thing I do want to ask, Richard, do you think we need to put something in there to say that the Condo Corp rules and regs or covenants will state that, or do you think that's covered already in our agreements? I don't know.
Richard?
So thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So I don't think that that's a necessary step, this idea about a covenant. So one thing that would have to happen is they'd have to amend their existing site plan agreement. And that site plan agreement would be registered on title to the lands. And it would be a requirement in that agreement that they're maintaining everything on the property in accordance with the approved plans. So whether that's the developer or whether that then becomes a condominium corporation, that agreement that's registered on the title to the lands applies to all future successors and assigns, so you wouldn't have to worry about that.
On the vegetation, because it's my most important part of the whole thing, it was raised to my attention, what about winter, spring, fall, when it's not summer and things aren't lush? Is in this vegetation plan, are we still going to be is it still going to be covered in the wintertime, or can you make sure the species used do help us make sure it's a 4-season solution?
Correct. It's intended to be a 4-season solution.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from council? Then I'll call the question. All in favor? And all opposed? And that carries. The main motion is substituted. And now is the main motion as substituted. All in favor? And all opposed? And that's carried. Those other two, I don't know if anybody's been waiting. They have been waiting for it? All right, thank you, everyone. That's been Sorry? Yeah, we still have two more. All right. Yep. Lisa. All right, I know you've got some notes there, but I'd like you to summarize your summary.
I will be as brief as possible.
Wonderful.
All right. So thank you, Chair Stone, and through you, the subject property for this application is located at 935 Williamsport Road. The property is within the rural designation in the OP and the RU precinct in the CPP, with natural constraints 1 overlay indicating stratum 1 deer wintering, as well as some areas of steep sloping. The property fronts onto and is accessed by Williamsport Road, which is a year-round municipally maintained local road. Purpose and effect of the application is to permit development within the stratum 1 deer wintering habitat for a 464 square meter single detached dwelling and a 372 square meter detached accessory building. It was submitted as a Class 2 staff variation. However, we did receive a letter of objection, which is why it's before you today. The objection letter spoke to concerns regarding the deer wintering habitat and erosion. Staff have recommended conditions be attached to a provisional approval to mitigate those concerns. And given the analysis of the town's policy and proposal, the application appears to conform with the intent of the OP, be consistent with the PPS, and meet the applicable criteria for approval under the CPP bylaw, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Awesome, thank you. I'll call on the applicant to make a comment. All right, you got 30 seconds. It's been a long day.
Quick introduction, I'm Casey Forsyth, and I own the property at 935 Williamsport. I've owned it for about 28 years, and I've always just wanted to build a family home there, and that's what I intend to do. I love nature. I don't want to bother with the deer or anything else, but just live with them.
Perfect.
That's about it.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Council members, comments or questions? I love you. Oh. I don't have to read it all? What?
This is the original motion. You don't have to read it. We can just leave it on the screen.
Okay.
And then we have
All right, show it on the screen. All right, you can read it yourself. I'm done. All right, so there's the motion that was in your package. Everybody's read that. I do have to add the word provisionally, which means we need a motion. Can I have a mover and second? Okay. So moved by Mayor Alcock, seconded by Councillor Renwick. Be it resolved that the following word be added before approve. Provisionally. All in favor? And that carries. All right, and you've read the original motion, so the main motion as amended. All in favor? And that carries. Thank you very much. Okay, one more. Kelsey.
Sorry. Good evening, everyone. Sorry, last one. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, the property is located at 311 Echo Bay Road. The property is within the waterfront residential 60-meter precinct with natural constraint 1 and 2 overlays. The application has been submitted to recognize existing dimensions and location of the non-complying dock and decks attached to the single detached dwelling, private cabin, and increased lot area, and recognize the existing cumulative width of the activity area. Relief is also needed to reduce the front yard setback to the cold water lake and fish habitat setback for the existing deck attached to the single detached dwelling and the deck attached to the private cabin and hot tub. So the reliefs are all shown visually here. So there's the deck for the dwelling, the hot tub, and the setback, the deck for the private cabin, and the southern dock. The northern dock was removed, and there is existing cribbing in place. So that was one of the items that was discussed in the report.
All my discussion and analysis is outlined in the report, which I imagine you have all read. So there was district staff comments. They did not oppose the approval of the application, provided that appropriate development controls are implemented and the recommendation of the fish habitat assessment are implemented, and that is a condition of the community planning permit. The application was circulated in accordance with the provisions of the community planning permit bylaw and the Fairy Lake Association. The Fairy Lake Association is supportive of the application, with the exception of the relief for the dock projection because of the lack of rationale within the application. The fish habitat assessment did evaluate the dock, its location and dimensions. So the report concluded there were no impacts, so staff believe that this relief is appropriate. Staff also have received a letter of objection regarding the retention of the cribs for the north dock. The comments were provided to council prior to the meeting and discussed safety and navigational concerns. As the retention of the cribs was recommended within the fish habitat assessment, staff do not have concerns about the retention. Please also note that the removal of the cribs may require permits from federal and provincial jurisdictions, given that they are on the lake bed. Through staff's review and analysis, the application would appear to conform with the intent of the official plan and be consistent with the provincial policy statement, and therefore staff would be recommending provisional approval. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any of your questions.
Thanks, Kelsey. Call on the applicant or their representative. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Good evening. Stefan Sherback, Plantscape Inc., 104 Kimberley Avenue in Bracebridge. I drew short straw today, so here we are. I've cut down my half-hour presentation by 5 minutes. So no, I'm kidding. I'll be very brief. I'm here today with Mr. Graham, who's in the audience today. And I've first of all want to thank staff for their support. This has been a long process. It started off before the CPP bylaw came into effect with a minor variance, so we were retained after the fact. Mr. Graham has been working with staff to bring the property closer into compliance with your bylaw itself. And we're fully supportive. I've reviewed staff's report, fully supportive of the test, the analysis, very similar to our planning justification that was provided to you. We share, we're satisfied, Mr. Graham is satisfied with the recommendations in front of you. No questions there. I was going to talk about a procedural thing, but I'm going to leave that and have a discussion with staff later on just to keep things brief. I do want to touch briefly on the two comments that were submitted. With all due respect to the Lake Association, I understand their comments, happy that they're supportive. The dock is extending out slightly, and it's because it's a floating dock. You've got an anchor, a ramp that floats with the dock as the water levels rise, which is necessary. Essentially, it's that ramp that's causing the extension by a few feet. Obviously, when water levels are high or low, the dock is smaller, extending out into the water. Looking at the photograph, there's extensive water out there. It's not going to cause a navigational hazard, in my opinion. And then finally, with the comments from the neighbor, with respect, I think a lot of them were not planning related. There's discussions about the removal of a crib. The cribs are 35 feet out. There's no navigation hazards there. If you're boating near there, you're going to hit Mr. Graham's dock. It's that simple. Anybody who's snowmobiling close to shoreline is not a good snowmobiler because everybody has bubblers now. And I don't know anybody who fishes at night, so I didn't even think it was legal. Regardless, I think the comments, obviously there's some civil matters that they're addressing. So from a planning perspective, I didn't see anything from a planning related area. Staff are absolutely correct. If there's any other requirements from inshore water works that requires a permit, may or may not be granted. The fisheries habitat assessment has already addressed this and said it's fine from a fish habitat perspective. So we're following that professional ecological advice. Thank you. I'll leave it at that.
Perfect. Council, comments or questions? Go ahead.
Thanks, Chair Stone. I don't really have any problem with this application. I do feel it kind of doesn't make a lot of sense to me to leave the cribs here when you're going to all the trouble of taking the old docks out and leaving the cribs. So I question a little bit, I was a little bit surprised in the report to read that those are gonna be left. I just question that logic a little bit, but.
Okay. Any other comments from council? Moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Cluche. Be it resolved that Planning Council provisionally approved Community Planning Permit Application CPP 118/2024 HTE. The purpose and effect is wish to provide relief from section. Okay. All right. You guys had it in your package. Right. Yeah. Blah, blah, blah. All right. Are there any further comments? All in favor? And that carries. Wow. We got two more?
The new item.
Oh, new item. We're gonna put that off? Let's wait on that. We don't have all of council here. We were gonna talk about, rural lot creation and things around that. You want to get her going? All right, so the mayor wants us to stick around a little longer. All right. Do you want to speak to that?
No.
No?
No.
Yes.
You guys have to put on the in order to bump that. You just give them permission. You're giving it. Okay. But someone has to put permission.
All right, so I have a motion under new business here, moved by Mayor Alcock, seconded by Councillor Morrison, whereas through report DEV 2024-27, strategic direction for the planning department was established, and whereas Planning Council has identified a need to prioritize a review of planning legislation and policies to support flexibility for lot creation in rural areas to address different community needs. Be it resolved that staff be directed to initiate a review of rural lot creation policies and report back with options for council to consider. Any discussion, comments, questions? All right, all in favor? That's carried.
We can do that.
All right. Moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Renwick. Be it resolved that confirmation bylaw 2024-105 be received and passed the 16th day of October 2024. All in favor? And that carried. And finally, moved by Councillor Cluche, seconded by Mayor Alcock. Be it resolved that we do now hereby adjourn at 6:46 p.m. All in favor? Wahoo.